The Sportsocracy.
That fires me up, man.
I love it. Say it one more time.
The Sportsocracy.
Shake it back!
Beer City's best sports talk.
It is gross.
Just earlier.
They are mature, actually. You just have to get to know them better.
Your lunchtime dose of dumbassery. Live from the Ingles studio.
Hello, friends. I am Cook. Apologies for being late. Planes are a bitch. It is not fun to fly. It is really not fun to fly from Detroit, Michigan. But I am Jeremy Green, and we are here at Village PORCH, 41 North Merriman Avenue. Day 3 has begun. We've already had probably the 4 of the 6 best players that were left on the board gone. Come on down, join me. Have a beer before I die. I slept roughly 20 minutes last night. I slept about another 20 minutes in the back of Spencer's car on the way here. This is the most tired you will ever see a human being, but I hear from you. This will be the most informal stream we have ever done. Tank is at a wedding. I'm here by myself. And there's the 5th best player that was left on board. Goes to the Minnesota Vikings. This has started exactly how I thought it would. That there's just not that many great players left, and they're going to come off quick today. What up, Christopher Hubbard? Glad to see all of you that hung around through my 30 minutes of tardiness. It took us forever to get on that gigantic plane from Detroit at 5:05 this morning. I will say something that is grossly underrated, and I hate that none of you got to see, was Tank Spencer desperately trying to catch 5 seconds of sleep, sitting up with his head dropping off, and then he did that for about 4 solid more hours. But thank you to all of you that joined us for the draft coverage from Detroit. Absolute, just unbelievable time. Couldn't have been any better. I do see that the crowd in Detroit is a little bit more scarce today than it has been over the last few days while we were there. Oh, that is the first cup of coffee I've had all day. We were at the airport in Detroit so early that Starbucks wasn't open, if that tells you anything. Matthew Hoffman said coffee then beer. That is the plan. I have to be careful drinking too much beer because I'm not going to lie to you, I'll fall asleep with the camera on. I slept in the back of the Tank's Rogue on the way back from Greenville, which is the only place that we could fly into before 3 o'clock this afternoon. I slept in the back seat of that tiny little car with my feet on the ground laying in the back seat. And at some point, my little smoker was sitting on my chest and it hit me in the face. The drink cart guy hit me with the drink cart about 20 times and then started bitching about me. Like, dude, I am not the one you want to mess with this early in the morning, especially when I am sleep deprived and it is Draftmas week. The Atlanta Falcons on the clock. We'll recap the picks here in just a few minutes. I'm just getting everything set up. I tried to get the stream up as quickly as I could. Apologies for my tardiness. Delta, well, no doors flew open or anything like that. So that's a positive. And like I said, we're live here at the Village PORCH, 51 North Merriman Avenue. I said 41 earlier. I'm planning on watching the draft, drinking some cold brewskis. I can almost promise you that the live stream will not go through all 7 rounds, but I will be here through all 7 rounds. We're hoping to be joined here after just a bit from some of our new friends that will be doing things around our little entity here. Feel free to fire your questions. This is super informal. We're no longer on Radio Row. We're back in Asheville. And I'm here to answer your Draftmas questions. Anything you could possibly want. All super chats are appreciated, as always. So let's recap what has happened. Pick 101, our first of the day. Carolina Panthers get a guy that I said they should have taken him in the second round. Jatavian Sanders, tight end out of Texas, just a big-bodied 6'4", 245. I think he was my number 2 tight end. It wasn't close. I mean, everybody really liked Ben Sinnott. Got really popular later in the process, but I always thought Jatavian Sanders, with the mixture of speed and agility and size and hand, I think he was the second best receiving tight end in this class, and it wasn't even close. That gives Carolina another weapon. I have to admit, I really like what Carolina has done through the first 2 days and this first pick of day 3, with Xavier Legette trading up to get the 5th-year option on him at number 32, wide receiver out of South Carolina. He's got a lot of A.J. Brown to him, and so you add Legette, you add Jatavian Sanders, you add Jonathan Brooks. That's just adding weapons to Bryce Young to try to get the most out of him. I'm a fan of that. The linebacker Trevin Wallace, I thought it was a little early, a little shocked that they took him over Peyton Wilson, but never know. Maybe they had, maybe they failed him on the medical. I don't know. That's the only thing. I haven't. 2 things I have not gotten a good answer on were Troy Franklin and Peyton Wilson. I don't know. Peyton Wilson, I'm guessing it's the medical. Troy Franklin, I have absolutely no idea. I asked last night. I asked this morning to people I know around the industry, and I've yet to get a good answer. But Carolina, with that first pick today, going Jatavian Sanders, and I think that's. I mean, for me, I'm trending in that high B, low A. My Jets have traded. Oh, the Jets have traded their pick to Green Bay. Awesome. We maybe we recoup a little capital from Green Bay. Speaking of Troy Franklin, who I mentioned a few minutes ago, he is the second pick of today's festivities to the Denver Broncos. I don't understand how this kid fell. I mean, look, I understand the combine wasn't good. I think some people overvalue how bad it was. I mean, people make it sound like he didn't know how to put his feet in front of each other. He didn't do a great job of catching the football, but 6'2", he is thin. And I mean, I guess that would bother you, but for him to fall here, I'm just looking at the receivers that have gone ahead of him. I mean, just be really honest with yourself. All the talk we had of Troy Franklin, is there any way that Luke McCaffrey should have gone ahead of him? I mean, the answer to that is no. Even if you think he's super raw, just the raw of him is better than that. But he goes with the second pick today, the Denver Broncos. Added Bo Nix in the first round, which I think we all know I didn't love. Added Jonah Ellis, the edge rusher out of Utah, with their pick in the third round now with Troy Franklin. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. If you told me they had gotten Bo Nix, if you had told me they had traded down, not having a second-round pick, you had gotten Bo Nix with the last pick in the first round. You got Troy Franklin in the second with the extra 2 that you picked up, and Jonah Ellis in the third. I can't complain about that. So if you take the pick numbers away, and that's the 3 guys you got, I don't really have a problem with that. So I don't think I'm going to give Denver as low of a grade when we do the grades Monday and Tuesday as I previously thought. Troy Franklin there with the second pick to the Denver Broncos. Oh. I'm trying to let the caffeine take over so that my eyes don't want to just immediately close. New England, Layden Robinson, the guard out of Texas A&M, with the third pick today. I feel like New England still does that thing where it's not necessarily that I don't like the player you took, I just don't like where you took them. Layden Robinson, I had a 6th round, 7th round projection on. I had a 7th round grade on him. He's a really good run blocker. I just don't necessarily know that he's going to be able to do anything else at the next level. He's a developmental piece. I'm not really sure how New England evaluates him as better than some of the other guards on the board. Looking specifically at Christian Mahogany, Mason McCormick, Julian Pearl. I don't understand that. I always struggle with that when we go into day 3. Some of these guys that teams evaluate as higher, I just feel like you're outthinking yourself. Yeah, I mean, if what you were looking for was a guy that was just a mauler in the run game, why did you not take Christian Mahomes? That part doesn't make sense to me. And 99 times out of 100, those guys bust out. And the guy that they took the player over winds up being markedly better. But Drake May, Jalen Polk, Caden Wallace, Layden Robinson, and now Javon Baker, wide receiver out of UCF, goes with New England's second pick today. Baker was really popular with scouts. I know Trevor Sycamore really liked him. The PFF guys really liked him. He's got really good ball skills. He's super raw. Comes out of a system that is not really – it doesn't really translate to the NFL, so 9 times out of 10 those guys have real struggles picking up route free. So I don't necessarily think he's going to help you right away, but if you give him a year or two there – I had him in the top 100. He was my 100th player, final guy in my top 100. Speaking of that, the top 100 did not go particularly well for me. Mock draft, I finished 29th. I finished 7th from worst in the top 100. Was 60. I want to say I was 62 of 62, and then hit maybe 15. Yeah, I'll take a beer. Yeah. Our guy Luke coming over with a note, like we were planning my hostage release. Bill Belichick saying Javon Baker and Jalen Polk are going to destroy the Jets. I'm going to go out on a limb and say they're not. I don't dislike those picks. I don't like where they came in. And that seems to just always be a problem I have with points. Oh, that is the first one of those I've had in a long time. By a long time, I mean 2 days. You the man, Luke. You should come down and see me and Luke down here, Village Porch, 51 North Merriman Avenue. We're going to watch every pick of the draft today. I think I'm good. I can see that one from here. You the man. Okay, back to recapping picks that happened before we got on here. Dadrian Taylor-Demerson, safety out of Texas Tech to Arizona. Player that got a lot of hype late in the process. I didn't have a particularly high grade on him. I inched him up. I didn't get him nearly to where Scouts Inc. or some of these other sites did. He's got really good eyes. I just don't know if his instincts always follow that. And he's very, very scheme specific. But, I mean, I think it's good value for Arizona. A really good ball hawk. I think he had 10 interceptions at Texas Tech. And he's just small. That's the thing you have to know. He's 5'11", 195, and I think he bulked up to 195. It's hard for me to see guys playing true safety in the NFL at that size. But there were definitely things to like about Taylor-Demerson, and he goes there at number 104 to the Arizona Cardinals. Justin Aboy out of Alabama goes to the Chargers, number 105 overall. He is one of the more maddening prospects in this entire class because there were times that I watched the tape on him and I thought, that kid deserves to go in the second day. There were times that I watched him and thought, that kid wouldn't deserve to go if the draft was 20 rounds long. He's just super raw, and that's weird to me coming out of Alabama. A guy that's on a defense that good. He's a defensive tackle. I think that's where he's got. Oh boy, Baltimore. Baltimore just did a thing. Talk about it in a minute. I don't know that he has the height, weight, speed measurables and all of those things to be a true impact, but he has talent. And that's if I'm the Chargers here, that's the kind of player I'm looking for. Because now you're getting into the point of the draft where the NIL thing's going to take over, and the guys that are getting money. Malachi Corley came out last night and said he was offered $400,000 to play at a bigger school after his breakout year at Western Kentucky. I understand why some of these guys are going back to school. You can be the man in college, maybe improve your draft stock, and you're making six figures. It just kills the depth in these drafts. I doubt that in a normal year you would see Justin Boy here at 105, but in this one, it makes sense. And we look to, we will talk about the Cardinals. I didn't do their team breakdown because they have about 5,000 players. So when they come up again, and they're going to come up again in pretty short order, because that's going to be the soup du jour today. I don't remember how many picks they have, but they still have a boatload. They still have 4 more picks today. 2 in the 5th round, 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th. Arizona's getting raked over hot coals for some of the things they've done, but I'm not totally averse to it. I think they're fine. Just some players that you have taken a little too early. But I can say that about a lot of them. Tennessee Titans Cedric Gray, linebacker out of North Carolina, at 106. Led Power 5 football in tackles over the last 2 years. Really productive linebacker at North Carolina. He's really good against the run. I think coverage is going to be a bit of a struggle for him, so he probably plays first 2 downs early. But he could grow. I mean, look, Tank thought he was a top 100 player. I tended to agree, but it was close. And this is roughly the range he should go. He's a little undersized. I think he's a zone linebacker. Not sure he's ever going to be able to man up with tight ends in this league. But if I'm wrong, here in the 4th round, you get a starting linebacker, because basically everything else tells me that he could be that. Just needs to improve in coverage. So 106 there for the Titans. They're another team I've heard a lot of negative about. I'm not really sure that I understand why. The T'Vondre Sweat thing, people thought he was going to fall. I don't know why. I tried to tell anybody that would listen, he's not going to fall. He was getting first-round buzz the entire week in Mobile. And if you think him showing, I mean, we already knew he was overweight. We could look at him and see he was overweight. And if you think a DUI is pushing a guy down that far when he didn't actually hurt anybody, a lot of things happen behind closed doors that you don't necessarily know about. So I just never believed he was going to fall, and he didn't. So for me, they took J.C. Latham, which I didn't love. I still don't love. Yet last night, I think it was Havoc said that was Bill Callahan's number 1 tackle in this class, and he thinks he can turn him into a left tackle. He did it with Tyron Smith. Let's see if he can do it with J.C. Latham. I mean, look, Bill Callahan knows offensive linemen way better than I do. I don't see it in any way. But if Bill Callahan does, who am I to judge? T'Vondre Sweat and Cedric Gray. It's 2 nice pieces for your defense. Bob Brown asked, have I sent my resume and tape to Atlanta because I'll be the next GM there. I know a lot of guys in Atlanta. I don't know the GM. I don't know Terry Fontenot personally. I think Atlanta's a maddening team. But they've had a pick today, and we've got a couple more teams. Then we'll get to Atlanta. I'll try to do these in order to make sure I get to all the players. New York Giants take Theo Johnson, just an RAS stud out of Penn State. The only problem is that the production wasn't really there. I mean, he's super fast. Ran a 4.57 at the combine at 6'6", 260. The problem is that you watch the tape and he's just invisible for long periods of time. And I get that Penn State's not a great offense. Drew Aller was the guy you were trying to sell me as the number 1 pick in next year's class. So if Aller is that good, then why was Theo Johnson not more productive than he was? I think it's because Drew Aller's not actually that good, and this could be a nice pickup for the Giants. The problem is that he's going to the Giants who have Daniel Jones, and he's not that good. So Theo is one of those, which matters more, the physical tools or production? And seeing him here in the 4th round doesn't surprise me, 107 to the Giants. I do find it funny that he and Darren Waller do very similar things, and now they're on the same team. looking to the Giants and what they have done over the course of the 3 days here in Detroit. Look, you got Malik Neighbors, you got Tyler Nubin, Andrew Phillips, Theo Johnson. I can't complain about that. Now, this is very for right now. This is very for right now. You got the best safety in the class. You got the number 2 wide receiver in the class. You got one of the highest rising corners and one of the only tight ends. That's hard to not like, and they still have 2 picks left. We'll see what they do there. But every one of those guys outside of Theo Johnson is a play for right now. I know I have to keep my job. Daniel Jones has been an abject disaster since we paid him. And if it's a disaster again, then we're all going to be out of jobs. So the Giants with an interesting haul for me. Probably be a solid B. Nothing to jump up and down about. But, outside of Mike Neighbors, I think that's something to jump up and down about. I like Nubin, but I hated this. I mean, he is the number 1 safety, but I hated the safety class. Theo Johnson, super raw. And Andrew Phillips, that got really popular late in the process. Continuing to go down through the order as they have happened, Minnesota Vikings, Kyrie Jackson. This is one of my favorite. This is one of my pound-the-table players. I'm really surprised he's lasted this long. As a tall, lanky Seattle type of corner, I'm shocked as many teams run systems like that, that he lasted this long. Really athletic, really long, as I said. The problem with him is that you don't always see the actual talent. There's a lot of projection in him that can be a little scary, but he has all of the tools, and if you're patient with him, I think a year or 2 years down the line, you could have a really high-end corner on your hands. So nice pick there for me for the Minnesota Vikings in the 4th round. Going J.J. McCarthy, Dallas Turner, and then Kyrie Jackson is the 3rd player they have selected in this class. I mean, look, the players themselves, I have no problem. I just hate where you took them. I hate the fact you took McCarthy at 10. I hate the fact you traded up to get him. I hate the fact that Dallas Turner, he's a good pass rusher. I just don't think he can do anything else. And I hate that you traded up to get him there. Probably wouldn't have gotten him any other way. But the 3 players themselves, I can't say much bad about Minnesota. You did what you had to do. Okay. All right, that gets us to Atlanta. Brandon Dorlus, this is a player that we talked about a lot because he is one of those tweeners. He's built like a defensive tackle, but he plays like an edge. I think he's a 3-4 end in the league. Played a lot of snaps at Oregon, and he's a good pass rusher that just never gets home. He played all these snaps. He had 10 sacks, and that does worry me, especially in the Pac-12 where you tend to get a lot of smaller offensive linemen. Now he comes into the league, he's going to play that 3 technique on the outside there. I believe that's what he will do in Atlanta. I would be shocked if they tried to play him anywhere else, just because he's really a big edge that masquerades as a defensive tackle. I would like to see him get better against the run. He kind of reminds me of Eric Armstead, but a really poor man's version of Eric Armstead, which getting that in the 4th round is solid. Now, for recapping what the Falcons have done, a lot of things I don't like. Michael Penix, dumbest pick I've ever seen in my life. Rook, Rutrow. I don't understand why you felt the urge to trade up for him. You could explain that until you're blue in the face. I'm just not going to agree with you. And then you had Braylon Trice and Brandon Dorlus. Always a bad sign for me where you have 2 picks that are 70 on, and those are the 2 guys I like the most. That tends to be classes that just don't end well. So, as Bob Brown said, I might be the next GM of the Atlanta Falcons. I'm going to say I highly doubt that, but if they call, I would. Javon Baker was next at 110. Talked about him with New England. Green Bay trades up with my New York Jets to get Evan Williams. It's another one. Who exactly did you think was going to take him? Fresno State transfer. Played at Oregon. I didn't see a lot there. I mean, I think with his speed, he can cover in space. He's just so small, 5'11", 200 pounds. He covered tight ends in college. He's not going to be able to do that in the NFL. So, I mean, maybe you think he's a special teams ace because that's what I had him pegged as. And he's a shifty safety, but he's just so damn undersized. So a little bit of a strange trade up for me for Green Bay. And Joe D with my New York Jets continues we're not going to take a pick that falls where you told us it would. The Jets have, as it sits, they have 3 picks in the 4th round, 2 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th. They already made 1 pick in the 3rd round. That was Malachi Corley. 1 in the 1st round, Olaf Schonn. 2 of those picks were originally theirs. The 6th rounder and a compensation pick at the end of the 7th round. Jets been very active. Interested to see what they do in the 4th round. Should be able to get 3 quality players there. So we'll see how that goes. Green Bay, the other side of that trade, looking at their week here in Detroit. Jordan Morgan, I'm a huge fan of that pick. I don't think that was a reach. I think it's a reach to the national guys because they weren't as high on him. Some of them think he has to play guard. I don't agree with that. I think he can come in and play left tackle. I project him as a tackle in this league. And we'll see how it goes. I like the kid a lot. He was a pound-the-table player for me, and I think it's a very solid pick for Green Bay. Then they just kept reeling off very solid picks on day 2. Adrian Cooper. Universally, either the 1 or the 2 at linebacker, based off what we've seen transpire with Peyton Wilson, I'd say he was damn near universally the number 1 linebacker in this class. Has all the skills, all the tools. Biggest drawback on him is medical or his character red flag. In Green Bay, I'm not so sure I care. And this is not going to be – Green Bay fans may not like what I'm getting ready to say. It's damn hard to get in trouble in Green Bay. That culture and that city is so Packer-centric that it's kind of hard for you to be a dumpster fire in that city. I never really thought that he would make it that far. I thought the talent would weigh out, but then again, I thought Peyton Wilson would go ahead of him. So interesting fit there for me with Adrian Cooper at a position of real need for them. They also added Teron Hopper, who I was not as high on. He is super little at 230 pounds. I believe he's a special team guy, kind of like I said about Evan Williams, and maybe that's what they're trying to do here. It is just continue to flush out the special teams because both of those guys, that's where they project. And then Javon Bullard, safety out of Georgia, which I thought was a great value pick at the end of the 2nd round. Really good safety out of Georgia. I think he will be able to come in and contribute right away. And then the confusing one, Marshawn Lloyd, running back out of USC. I don't really understand what their fixation is with running backs all of a sudden. But, I mean, already having A.J. Dillon, paying Josh Jacobs, and then you add Marshawn Lloyd the 3rd round, that's just a little confusing to me. But other than that, I think Green Bay's a solid B at worst. And once I get through the players that have gone today, I'll start answering questions that are coming in the chat. DeCameron Richardson, cornerback out of Mississippi State, goes to the Raiders, 6'2", 188. I really liked this kid the more I dug into him. I considered him in the top 100. He was one of those 50 players that I cut out. I think that's a solid pickup for the Raiders. I think they have killed the last 3 days, starting with Brock Bowers to pair with Michael Mayer. I know a lot of people don't love the fit. It's all about getting weapons. Brock Bowers is a weapon. You add that to what you already had. Then you add Jackson Powers Johnson, who was a no-doubt first-round pick to me. You get him midway through the 2nd round. You fill a hole at a really big need. Because I've said for years that the Raiders need to work on that offensive line, but they just kind of kept lather rinse repeating the same thing. Jackson Powers Johnson, really aggressive, downhill kind of guy, fits that Raider personality, fits what Antonio Pierce wants to do. Delmar Glaze, the only player I think that I did not even know was in Mobile. Thank you, Chiefs Nation UK, for telling me that. In the third round, that was a reach, which I don't get, but I'm not going to hammer you for that. You have 2 A-plus home run picks. One, I'm not going to say Gary Busey, but it's a solid D. And then a nice stand-up double with the Cameron Richardson today. I still have 4 picks left. Next one, midway through the 5th round. Oh, okay, Baltimore Ravens with Tez Walker. This might be my favorite pick of the draft so far. Solely because I think Tez Walker is such a good fit with Baltimore. The hands are the biggest problem. He gets open consistently. He was killing guys in Mobile. He even killed guys in the game. The problem is the ball hit him in the hands and he just dropped it. He chose a bad week to have a bad week. There was hype for him to go in the first round. Now Baltimore gets him here at number 113, and that's what Baltimore does. Super explosive, nice big body, long frame, long arms, consistently open. That's what I want out of a receiver. You just got to learn how to catch the damn ball. And weird, I feel like we do this every single year. Look at Baltimore. Nate Wiggins in the first round, Roger Rosengarten in the second, Adith Isaac in the third, Tez Walker in the fourth. 3 guys that went either 10 picks or a full round lower than we potentially thought they would. Because that's what Baltimore does. And that's an A class. Are any of those guys no doubt home runs? No. But if you swing that hard and take players that talented, you're going to hit on more than you miss. And that's why Baltimore's been good for a billion years. Jacksonville Jaguars with Javon Foster, tackle out of Missouri, at number 114. Really experienced guy. I think he projects as a left tackle, just not a great one. Probably starts as a swing tackle for Jacksonville. Really, really strong kid. Just needs to work on the technique. That's the biggest thing that lacks with him, is that sometimes when he gets to the point of attack and the technique just slips, and next thing you know, he's on his ass. That can be a problem with Jacksonville. I think there's going to be an opening down the line at left tackle because I'm just not much a believer in what they have right now. So interesting pick there for me for Jacksonville, a player that I am intrigued by because he fits very nicely in the range of where we're at today. And that's a solid selection for Jacksonville. Looking at what they have done over the course of the 3 days. I like the Brian Thomas pick, moved around, traded down from 17, still got their guy. He was somebody that had been attached to them for a long time. There were some injury issues that popped up very late. I mean, the last couple days of the process. I don't worry about them that much. Mason Smith, defensive tackle out of LSU that they took in the second round. That feels a little high to me, but it's not crazy high. They did just add Jordan Jefferson, his LSU defensive tackle mate. You've got 2 really inconsistent defensive tackles right there beside each other that play at the same school. But they know each other, they're familiar with each other, and if you hit on one of them, then I think you're going to walk away pretty happy with this class. And Jerrion Jones, the corner out of Florida State, that felt like a reach. But he is fast, and he's a good blitzer. So if that's what you're looking for, I get it. Overall, I would say Jacksonville's probably in the B- territory as of now, but they still have 4 picks left, 2 in the 5th round. Okay, our next pick, Eric All. Wow, tight end out of Iowa, started at Michigan. I thought he was going to be a first-round pick 2 years ago, and then he got hurt twice. And when I say hurt, I'm talking some teams failed him on the medical, didn't even have him on the board. Some of them had him as the number 2 tight end in the class. So there was a very wide range. If Eric All can stay healthy, that will be a home run pick for Cincinnati, and he'll be the starting tight end 2 years from now. Sit behind Gesicki for a year and then take over in 2025. You just have to make sure the health is right. I mean, because he's to that point of you've been hurt so many times that I'm not sure how long you can keep doing this. So 115 feels a little rich, but I'm not. The talent, it makes sense. He is a better talent than 115 in this class. It's just he's one of those players that the body lets him down. Cincinnati's class so far: Amarius Mims, Chris Jenkins, Jermaine Burton, McKinley Jackson, and Eric All. That feels super Baltimore Raveny. That just every one of those guys is somebody we've talked about over the process. All of them except All came in a spot that they could have gone higher than that. I think outside of Mims and All, I projected all of them to go higher than where they went. So I think a good class from Cincinnati. Still with 5 picks to go as well. So Cincinnati's going to come out of here with a lot of talent going into mini games. We're almost caught up. It's taken me a long time to do so. Tanner Bortolini, center out of Wisconsin, a guy I saw at the Senior Bowl, and a very sizable Wisconsin fan got me to really dig into him. Tank had a funny story going into Thursday that Tampa Bay had him as the 6th player on their board, which is one of the dumbest things that I've read. I like him a lot, but this is where he belongs. ESPN had him, Scout Inc. had him at 117. He went 117. There's nothing about him that is super physically imposing. I just like the technique. Kid's got a motor that doesn't quit, and he's got a sweet mullet. And I think he's a nice pick there in Indianapolis. Indy is one of those teams that nobody's going to talk about when they talk about winners, but I think they are a winner. Leatu Latu, A.D. Mitchell, Matt Goncalves, Tanner Bortolini. That's 4 just banger picks. And you had Chris Ballard just cutting the media to pieces talking about A.D. Mitchell. That character issues were what pushed him down. And I enjoyed every bit of it. It was super vulgar, but you're standing up to your guy. So very good class for Indianapolis so far. Next, you had Tyrese Knight going to the Seattle Seahawks. That feels a little early to me. He's an undersized linebacker, but he is a tackling machine. Kind of got an Alex Anzalone thing to him. I get it. I think he's going to get washed out with bathwater in the NFL. I thought he was a special teams guy predominantly and had a 6th round grade on him. So that feels a little high for me for Seattle. It's 4th round, so I'm not going to jump up and down about it. Of course you do. Of course you do. Miami just made a pick that, well, it's on brand. Talk about that in just a minute. Seattle, Byron Murphy, Christian Haynes, Tyrese Knight. That's an A. That's an A. And then that's a C. Overall, still a high-end B for me, maybe even low-end A for Seattle. Okay, now we've got 2 picks left before I'm caught up, and I'm going to enjoy this cold beer and answer some questions. Look to take a break about 1:30. I've gone about 40 minutes without stopping talking. So, Mason McCormick, guard out of South Dakota State. I love that pick for Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's not bullshitting around. When it comes to the offensive line, they are taking big-time talent, ready to play right now kind of guys. Troy Fautano early in the proceedings on Thursday. Then they went, you get Mason McCormick here. And there's another one who's completely slipping. My Zach Frazier. Added Peyton Wilson and Roman Wilson. My God, Pittsburgh is, I would say Pittsburgh right now is the leader in the clubhouse for the best draft class. They're certainly up there. The Raiders are certainly up there. We got a lot of work to do today, but that's definitely a team that's high on my list. Almost caught up here. Jalen Wright. This is the pick from Miami that I said, well, that's very much on brand because you drafted the fastest running back in the class. out of Tennessee. Nice between the tackles runner. There were some teams that I've been told had him as the number one running back in this class. He'll be a nice replacement to Raheem Mostert, I would say probably a year from now. I didn't think it was a huge need, but you do have Raheem Mostert and my brain just went completely blank. Oh, I apologize in advance. The old brain batteries are going to need a recharging before this is all said and done. Devon Achane, who they all have injury issues. Spencer Jensen said, "Nice to see you back, and I can say whatever the fuck I want, Blake." You're not wrong. We have great friends here at the Village Porch that do allow me a lot of latitude for those things, and I appreciate that. Miami's class, which is what we're doing here, going through every team's class as they make a selection. Miami, Chop Robinson, Patrick Paul, Jalen Wright. I mean, I'm not going to say it's in that highest of high-end classes with the Steelers and the Raiders, but it's just a notch behind it. That's a really good pass rusher, which is the need, a really good developmental tackle, which is the need, and a replacement at running back, which that offense is really, really centered around having that sort of replacement for Raheem Mostert and another insanely fast player on top. A.J. Barner to the Seattle Seahawks, who we had already broken down. Barner, kind of some love him, some don't. I don't think he has high-end upside, but, I mean, he's a good player. One of the better blocking tight ends in this class. And we have a kicker. Torrey Taylor, punter out of Iowa with the Bears' last pick. And I believe that's still the case. I hadn't verified that, but I will say I watched this kid in Mobile just absolutely bomb punts the entire week. So, I mean, I'm not going to tell you I don't like that pick. And look, you didn't have a lot of picks, but you had the number 1, you had the number 9, and then you made one on day 2, one on day 3. And in that, you took the best talent at quarterback in the class. You took probably the highest upside deep threat receiver in the class, one of the highest upside offensive tackles in the class, and the best punter. So Chicago, done for now. May make another move before it's all said and done. Don't know. We'll keep you up to date on that. But I love what Chicago's done. And I don't love Caleb Williams. So that's saying a lot. Okay. We're caught up. Now we got fans doing stuff. Let's check the chat here. Oh, Christopher Hubbard asked, how are you holding up after the trip? I am struggling something fierce. This is, and that goes to Sloan Jordan too. A scale of 1 to The Walking Dead, how absolutely dead inside and out are you? I slept roughly 25 minutes on the flight. I slept roughly half an hour in the back of the Spencer's car on the way back from the airport. And that's what I've got in 2 days. I need many beers. Speaking of which, I'm at the Village Porch, 51 North Merriman Avenue, right here in Asheville, in the Reynolds Village District up here in Woodfin. Come see me. Come hang out. I'll be in and out. We're going to do stream. I'll take a couple breaks just because I need to stop talking. My voice is getting really thin, but I am exhausted. It was an amazing week, and absolute trip of a lifetime. I don't plan on missing another draft for the rest of my life. Detroit was fantastic. I've told anybody that would listen that this narrative that Detroit is super sketchy and unsafe. It's not true. That's not what I saw of it this week. They were fantastic. They had another event in Detroit. I would sign up to do it in a heartbeat. I had a slew of people at the airport today that saw the ESPN branding on all of our stuff and said, thank you for coming to cover this, which that's caught me off guard all week long. How many Detroit people really showed up and showed out for this? It was a great week. It was a great event. And we thank the city of Detroit. We thank the NFL. And most of all, we thank you for listening, and Ingles Markets, low prices, love the savings, for sending us out there. Because without you, the listeners, and without Ingles, It couldn't have happened, and we will be eternally thankful for that for the rest of our life. And hopefully we get to keep doing these things. You know, I'm enjoying taking trips and being somebody. Now, I'm not going to lie. Sometimes I look around and go, I am the least popular person here. But I don't care. As long as they keep letting me in the door, I'll keep doing it. Sloan Jordan complaining about Bleacher Report and some of the stupidity of mock drafts. You get real dumb with mock drafts when you get into day 3. There's a reason that I don't do one. Because now, you want to talk about clickbait? That is the definition of clickbait. That's, hey, I have a ranking, and I'm just going to stack players, and you can bitch about it. Notorious B.I.G. said, damn, Sean Payton, I hate you, but that was a good pick with Troy Franklin. And it was. Jonathan Welch, I did not die. I'm here. I'm here. I'm having a coffee, and then I'm going to have a beer, and then I'm probably going to have another coffee, and then I'm going to have another beer. And I'm just going to keep doing that until I either feel better or I pass out. That's my goal for today. Oh. I just realized, though, I haven't checked my phone since I've been back. All right. Sloan Jordan said, so are we saying after the 4th round this draft is worthless? No, we're just saying it's hit and miss. There are a lot of guys that will go today that would not have gone in any other draft that I've ever covered. And you're going to see a lot of those later on. So not worthless, just you're gonna see my face kind of contort a lot, I would wager, probably starting in the next round. Mike Rosen, how did my Bengals do? I discussed them with Amarius Mims, and I think they've done very, very well. I don't love Mims because your greatest ability is your availability, and he's not available much. But that being said, I do think he's a really good. He's a very talented prospect, and I believe it was the maybe Zach Taylor that said, I'm glad he missed games because if he hadn't, he wouldn't have been there for us at 18, which I thought was a really good answer. Bart Smith asked, why did Green Bay take the Missouri linebacker? I believe you're talking about Terrell Hopper. In the 3rd round, that it was a reach, but Green Bay does that of guys that they see with immediate special teams potential that they could eventually turn into actual legitimate players. So, I mean, I can't call it that much of a reach because I did really like him as a special teamer. It was a reach, don't get me wrong, but they went and got their guy. I mean, I would have rather had Peyton Wilson, but I said that so many times last night that I'm just not going to say it. Stephen Towle wanted Brandon Rice. You got Tez Walker. I think you got the better of that for his Baltimore Ravens. Bob Brown says that Vic Fangio was allegedly standing on the table for Jalix Hunt. I told Tank when I submitted the media contest entries that Jalix Hunt would be the one I regretted not having in the top 100, and that I thought he would be the first non-top 100 player to go. I was wrong on that, but I was right that he went to top 100. Let's see. Jeremiah Trotter's still on board. He is. There are a lot of guys on the board at this point that are just really confounding to me. Sloan, I'm a firm believer if you take a quarterback early to be your franchise and you get his college weapons later, do it. Iron sharpens iron. I've always kind of agreed with that. I like getting a quarterback guys he's familiar with. That's the reason that, and I like your example that you used there with Tez Walker. The only thing that I would say about that is that I don't know that Drake and Tez ever had the elite connection that you would be looking for in that, but I agree with the sentiment. Jekyll, rap sheet talking about Brandon Rice. He's at a funeral. So when he gets selected, he'll be taking the call, most likely. Let's see. Soaring Eagle talking about his Broncos taking a receiver. And I think it was a damn good pick with Troy Franklin. I do not know why he fell. I've asked. I've got no answer. So hopefully in the coming days I'll have something for you. Because right now I'm just in an absolute loss. Well, got our first super chat of the day. And we appreciate that, Glenn F. He said, just because I appreciate what you guys are doing, thanks for all the hard work. Go Commanders. I appreciate all of you that have said, thank you for the hard work. I will say this. This is not hard work. There were a group of Woodson firefighters over there at a table close to me earlier. Those guys do hard work. We do really fun work. We want to take you with us in a way that I've never seen anybody else do. So we appreciate all of your kind words. You guys basically with Super Chat paid for the accommodation side of our trip, which was awesome. Between that and the car, which allowed us to make a little bit on it. Have the Jets traded their pick again? Son of a bitch, are we not? Can we take a player? I want to take a player. Okay, just okay. Sorry, that's sidetracked there. It's look, it's a lot of tedious work. I love doing this. I've done this for a long time. I almost want to apologize to you guys for not being as I have not been as dialed into this class outside of the guys that I've seen up close and personal. So today I'm not sure I'm going to be as locked in as I usually am, just because I hate the back end of this class so much. And we're constantly trying to grow. This is we're going into our dark season, which is right after the draft, and that's where we start inspiring new ideas. Tank and I have talked about a lot of them. We talked about a lot of them this morning. So delusional from lack of sleep that none of them may have made sense. But we're going to keep trying to grow and do bigger things and greater things, and we want to keep bringing you to events like the NFL Draft. Can't thank you enough for supporting us. Me here by myself talking about day 3 of the draft, and we got people that are listening to that. That always blows my mind. Day 3 of the draft is always the time that I just sit back and go, really? Okay. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Okay. Let's see, what was the compensation? I would say Glenn probably has seen the compensation. I don't see a lot of it's kind of hard to find trade compensation unless you go through Twitter on day 3. So unless it's something for next year or it's a super high-end player, then unlikely that I will have that just because I am up to it. Tyler Presley taking a tight end out of Iowa was never a bad choice. You're not wrong. Majabi asking me about Aboye, the defensive lineman out of Alabama. The good's really good. The bad's just god awful. But I think it was a solid pick because there's not a ton of guys left that don't have some kind of big-ass red flag, and a lot of them's effort, bad tape, different things like that. So I think it was a solid pick. I don't love him, but it's not terrible. Kelvin Joyner, at what point do guys start calling guys to be priority free agents? Usually in about the end of the 5th, beginning of the 6th round. They're starting to put out feelers, and players will start telling teams, don't draft me. Once you get to the 7th round, you'll start getting the don't draft me. Holy shit, Dan Campbell's wearing a team jersey. I love him. If he's wearing his jersey, that's strong. Dan Campbell is a lunatic, and I love it. Okay. Bradley Presley talking about the Bortolini pick. I agree with you. I think that is the Ryan Kelly replacement down the line. Jonathan Welch, what's wrong with Trotter? I don't think it's anything wrong with it. It's just the name bumped him up. Him and Brennan Rice were the two kids that if it wasn't for your name, we would not be talking about you here. Because Trotter is just simply so damn small. So I feel like he's a poor man's JOK. We've compared him to that over the course of the process. But he is a poor man's JOK. To the point of I don't think he's ever going to hold up against the run. So that's the reason he's falling for this. Beermaster Roger, Seahawks are killing this draft. I agree. And yes, Welch, he is a 12. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Jets got next year's third from the Lions. So that means they have added next year's 2 from somebody. Or no, that was Carolina. My bad. I love adding future capital. Always means a guy feels really good about his ability to keep his job. Pennywise wasn't a fan of Ben Sinnott and Luke McCaffrey. I don't mind Sinnott. I thought it was a little high. McCaffrey was super high. He's another one. Your last name makes up for a lot of ills. Eat and sleep football. Can someone tell Mike Tomlin we have other needs other than offensive line? You do, but I can salute really committing to that. And the other 2 players you drafted were Peyton and Roman Wilson. I think the Steelers are just killing this draft. Be the example. Impressed that Jason Light hasn't just completely botched this draft. I think Tampa Bay's been good too. We haven't talked about them as much today because they've only had the 1 pick and Tank's not here. But I think they've done a really, really solid job getting Graham Barton, which Tank was 6 to midnight over. I would agree with you that Jason Light has done really well. Kelvin Joyner, no, there is no Tank today. And 8 Mile did not get him. I did protect him. I did what I swore I would do, which was bring him back here in one piece. He is at Mark Starling's wedding today. He said if he could stop by later, he would try. But based off what I saw on the way out, I'm going to... Who? Oh, I know who that is. We'll talk about him in a minute. Based on what I saw, I would say I would not expect that at all. Gigi said a lot of people he likes are being taken in this round. What would you like to see at 154 for the Rams? He would like Tommy Eichenberg. I know he's a liability in pass coverage, but he hits hard. I wouldn't disagree with you there. I like Tommy Eichenberg. I mean, look, every player you're going to take here is situational to some point. I'll tell you a player that hasn't gone that I'm just dumbfounded by is Chris Abrams-Bryant. He's the only one that I'm just in awe that he's still on the board because of how many people talk to me about him over the course of time. The Detroit Lions just drafted an epic house. Spencer Jensen says he's happy with the Browns pick. Good roster, just adding depth. Oh, let's see. We appreciate you, Christopher Hubbard, with the super chat. That's how those work. They jump the line. We're not being greedy. We're just showing our appreciation for you, showing your appreciation for us. He asked how is the Bengals draft looking. I think they've been awesome. I really do. Amarius Mims, I'm in like, not love with, but the raw talent is so damn good. Chris Jenkins, I know I don't remember now who it was. Somebody was talking about him being a bad fit in Cincinnati. I don't love the fit, I didn't really understand the fit with Devondre Sweat, and they were allegedly just in love with him. Then they take McKinley Jackson, who was one of the only players in this class that was like Devondre Sweat. Very large, very talented. Just the tape was super inconsistent. You never really got to see the highest of high sides out of him. And then Jermaine Burton, super talented, character red flag. Eric All, super talented, medical red flag. So, I mean, trust me, there's some risk here with Cincinnati. There is a possibility that you have a couple guys that are that don't pan out. You know, Jermaine Burton could asshole his way out of the league, and Eric All could injury his way out of the league. But if you hit on either one, it's a solid stand-up double. And if you hit on both, then you just crushed it. Chiefs Nation saying that Jalen Wright pick is going to be an absolute steal. I think that was a good pick. Holy shit, the Jets have traded again. The Jets have just looked at this and gone, we have a billion picks, and we don't want to make them. That is their third trade today. The Jets are just looking, nope, no, we don't. We're not doing it. We're not making selections today, which is starting to piss me off. Okay. Almost through the questions, comments. Bengals draft has been underwhelming. They allowed too many good trench players to fall to Pittsburgh. I mean, I can't tell you that offensive line-wise, Pittsburgh's not just crushing it, because they are. But I wouldn't say underwhelming for Cincinnati. I do love what Pittsburgh's doing. Next year's third to the Jets, Malik Mustafa to the 49ers. Damn, they got such a good player. We'll talk about him in just a minute when we go catch up around the picks. Mark Gordon asking, would the Eagles potentially draft Yaheem Bell? I think somebody's going to get a steal in Yaheem Bell. He plays more of that H-back role, more than the stereotypical just inline tight end. But I loved him at Florida State. I still love him. And I think he's going to be a very solid pick for somebody. And Philadelphia would make a lot of sense. Bill Belichick, is TJ Tampa alive? If he is, I would like to see some proof of life, because it does appear that the NFL has forgotten that he is alive. Bob Brown talking about Will Shipley, which means he has probably he went to. We'll catch up on the picks here in just a couple comments. Going back to 123. Oh, our buddy Bo Walker. Saying he'll see me in a few. I will be here all day. How long I'm going to stream, I don't know, because I'm killed. But I will be here for every single pick. And probably a little bit after that, too, if I had to wait here. So, be hanging out here at the Village Porch, 51 North Merriman Avenue. Come pick up a Dale's Pale Ale, which we have on special today. I have a lovely one sitting in front of me right now that I'm going to drink as soon as that coffee goes down, because the coffee's keeping me alive. David Evan Olson, yes, the Steelers are putting a ton into the offensive line, and I'm here for it. I think it's a good call. Jonathan Welch, it's driving him crazy that the Seahawks fans are clamoring for Spencer Rattler. Nobody is clamoring for Spencer Rattler in an NFL front office. I laughed aggressively when Tank told me that there was a rumor that the Raiders could be taking him. I threw him in the mock just to be careful. But there's nothing really there with Rattler to me. Stephen Towle, the Jets can't make bad draft picks if they don't make any draft picks. You're not wrong. And Sloan said they got both of the 49ers' fifth rounders for that last trade down. So I just have to take a gander. What exactly do the Jets have now? They've made a billion trades today. Still haven't taken a player. Okay, so they came in today with 3 fourth-rounders. Now they have a fourth-rounder, 2 fifth-rounders, 2 sixth-rounders, and a seventh, and they got a third-rounder next year, which is really good value. Okay, let's catch up on some picks here. Talking to Kevin O'Connell about how do you feel that your career is completely dependent on J.J. McCarthy? I don't like it, Bob. I will bet with anybody that wants to that Sam Darnold plays more games this year than he wants to. Okay, catch up on the picks that have happened here. Going back to Cade Stover, 123 to the Houston Texans. He's kind of a jag guy to me, but he is pretty good with the ball in his hands. This is lazy helmet scouting, but he is, to me, he's a better player than Jeremy Ruckert, who the Jets took higher than this just a handful of years ago. There could be something there, and I like him as a third tight end, which is what he will start out as with the Houston Texans. Really good seam guy. Not sure he'll ever be a great blocker, but he can ease into a role with the Houston Texans. Malik Mustafa, safety out of Wake Forest, goes to the San Francisco 49ers, a guy that's really been popular in our chats over the last few weeks between Gigi Gambling, the Wake Forest fan, and Bob Brown, who is just a huge fan of this guy. Got a really good eye. I think he is just a really solid safety. The size is the biggest knock on him. He's 5'10", $195. But he plays bigger than that. It always scares me when you get a guy that plays super physical, and that's how he got here, but he's that small. Because when you get to the league, everybody's a giant. But solid pick for San Francisco. Wouldn't be shocked if he turned into a legit player there because he fits there quite nicely. Tanks Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Bucky Irving, 5'9", 190 out of Oregon. Ran for 1,000 yards in both sides. Sorry, I was reading the player profile for some freaking reason. I like Bucky between the tackles. I think he's an interesting compliment to Rachaad White, just not necessarily one that I'm jumping up and down about. So many of the running backs in this class are so damn small that it's hard for me to trust. The running back that I would be looking at is Kamani Vidal. That's the one where I think somebody's going to get an absolute steal because he's such a good pass blocker. All right, get up, Troy. And I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that Bucky Irving, really good pass catcher as well. Can do a lot in spring game. Philadelphia trying to catch up to the Jets of how many picks can we trade? This one going to Detroit. Giovanni Manu out of British Columbia, who is a mother house. 6'8", 350 out of British Columbia. I don't really understand why you felt the urge to take him at 126 because I don't think anybody was taking him in the top 200, and you traded up to do it. Just not a ton of tape on him, so I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and tell you I know a ton about him. I know he's a big motherfucker. Big motherfucker. That's what he is. That's what I know. That's what I know. Will Shipley, 127 to Philadelphia. I've always thought there was another level to him that Dabo Swinney just couldn't get the most out of. He's a little thin, 5'11", 205, but he's got a lot of pop. And if you take the good tape, he should not have been here. If you take the bad tape, he shouldn't have been drafted at all. So that's I could see him developing into a kind of Darren Sproles player with the Philadelphia Eagles. And this is where you start doing those things. 127. Ray Davis out of Kentucky. Transfer that had a phenomenal game against, I believe, Florida, that he just beat their brains out. He is a short, squatty man. And look, there are people that really like him. The fit in Buffalo is, I like the compliment to James Cook especially when you look at the fact that I don't love anybody else that was behind him. I think Davis comes in as the 2, and he's kind of the Thunder to James Cook's Lightning. That's a solid pick by the Buffalo Bills. Isaac Guerrero continues the running back run out of Louisville with the San Francisco 49ers. For as fast as he is, he's got a great body frame. Third fastest combine. Third fastest 40 at the combine overall. He is a home run hitter. The problem with him is that you just don't see it on tape. He was not the threat that his height, weight, speed dictate. So I feel like you're going to have to really put in the work on him. San Francisco has Christian McCaffrey, so I don't need him to be great right now. I want to see what he develops into over time. TJ Tampa finally goes at 130 to the Baltimore Ravens. I really like him. Scouts Inc., had him at 46 overall. I don't remember where I had him. I'm going to pull up my draft board and see, because I know I had him in the second round. I had TJ Tampa at 43 overall, and Baltimore gets him here at 130. There's no risk in this whatsoever. If he's as good as the tape last year says he was, that's the steal of the draft. If he's not, well, shoot. Lost 4th round pick. Damn it. I'm just going to keep saying it. This is why Baltimore is so damn good. DC Justice said, nice knowing that my Ravens will make great picks year after year. Loving the draft. I mean, that's the thing. And guess what? When Eric DaCosta goes away, there'll probably be another GM waiting in the wings to do the exact same shit. Because that's just what they do. Kansas City with the pick at 130 once. Jared Wiley. I like him a lot. He was a quarterback in high school. There was a comparison that I heard, and it's funny that Kansas City took him. There was a comparison to Travis Kelce, because Kelce was also a quarterback in high school. They have kind of similar dimensions. Wiley's a little bit bigger. And he was really productive last year. He's just really still learning to play tight end. So super raw, and, of course, goes to the perfect place for a raw tight end to go, which is Kansas City Chiefs. We got 4 picks left here in the 4th round. We're on New York Jets watch. Will they actually pick a fucking player? Or will they have possessed 5 4th-round picks and selected nobody? Sloan Jordan said it's the Tulane quarterback, Pratt, for the Jets. I'm going to say I don't think it is. I do believe they'll take a quarterback later. I just don't think it's right now. Although, just to kick me in the wiener, it would be funny if they took Spencer Rattler. It's hard to rev me up over a 4th rounder, but I really don't want to stare at his damn face for the next 2 years. Spencer Jensen asked a question to the chat. He's a UK Browns fan. Randomly bought an Ohio State retro T-shirt today. Is it worth trying to watch college football as well as the NFL? Absolutely. I'm not going to give this away, but, Spencer, just because you asked that, there will potentially be some college football things happening next year with at least myself. I'm hoping with Tank as well, that it could help crank up your interest in college football. I've got a couple ideas. We're building out a house in Tank, or a studio in Tank's house as well. Mine's already done, but we're building his out as well in the hopes that we can do some remote things together. Watch parties, events, things like that. Always looking to grow, always looking to get better. And college football is certainly one of the things we want to do better. And Jonathan Welch is right. It is easier to bet on. You can make considerably more money betting college football because there's so many more games and you don't have as locked in an eyes on all of it. Muhammad Abdi, Cam Hart Medical. Sorry, it's under. Is that why he's falling? It might be. He's also a raw player. Hey, look, Cam Hart was a receiver. You know, that's how he started his college career. So he's still learning to play corner. I mean, TJ Tampa just went, for God's sake. Who, as high as I am on Cam Hart, I had TJ Tampa ahead of him. So that's, for me, it's not that big a deal with Cam Hart. I think somebody's going to get an absolute stud in him. So, and he was talking about the shoulder with Cam Hart. That could be part of it. I also am not 100% sure he's falling. He's falling for me because I would have had him higher than this. But not everybody was as in love with him as I am. I love the raw skill or the raw talent. I just got to round that into skill. With Cam Hart. Majabi wants Cam Hart at 137. Speaking of 137, we've had a couple picks. We got two more picks in the fourth round. Then I'm going to take about a 10-minute break. Just hang tight with this stream. I'm going to play some ads, trying to, make $1 or $2, and then I'll be back. I would say these are probably done by 1:50, and I'll be back at 2. I'm the only one here, and I got to go to the bathroom and stretch my legs because, frankly, in one day, I've been on 2 planes, in the back of a car, and sitting at this table. And I just need to get up, move around a little bit. Sione Vaki goes at 132 to the Detroit Lions. I absolutely love that pick. For as weird as I thought oh boy, I just went full 6 to midnight, and I'll tell you why in just a minute. Sione Vaki, the safety out of Utah, goes to the Detroit Lions. He is such a malleable piece. Played running back, played safety, and can catch passes, too, out of the backfield. You just got to pick a lane with him and figure it out. But he's a Swiss Army knife for the Detroit Lions. Jaden Hicks, safety out of Washington State, goes to the Kansas City Chiefs. That's another solid pick for them. And he can just play all over the field. I'm shocked he's still here. I thought for sure he would have been a second or third round pick. I thought he was going to be one of the second highest safety taken. So just a killer pick from Kansas City Chiefs. And got a level of ball hawk in him that very few do. And the Jets, they're clapping. They're happy because they got Braylon Allen, running back out of Wisconsin, 6'1", 235. He is a big, powerful, damn dude. And you mix him with what they have in Breece Hall, with what they have in Israel Abonaconda, I absolutely love this pick. Braylon Allen is, and don't quote me on this, I will tell you definitively where he is. Let me pull up my draft board. I know I had Braylon Allen in the third round. He was one of the only running backs that I had that high. So Braylon Allen was my number 5 running back overall, behind Brooks, Benson, Jalen Wright, Kamani Vidal. Braylon Allen was 5, and those were the 5 in the third round. This kid projects really, really high. I mean, in terms of, if you look into the analytical ways that we gauge picks and guys that are going to be really, really good, he has one of the highest grades that you could possibly have. I think that's a slam dunk a pick by the Jets. Feel really good about that one. So that gives you Malachi Corley, Ola Fashanu, and Braylon Allen. That's 3 really good picks, all on the offense, and I'm here for it. San Francisco, final pick in the fourth round, Jacob Cowing, wide receiver out of Arizona. True slot guy, just an absolute dynamo with the ball in his hands. He is just so damn small. I want to say he's 5'7", $170. But yeah, I mean, you can watch the routes here. He absolutely drug corners in the Pac-12. Not sure he's going to be able to do that at the NFL level, but he's got so much raw talent. This was one of my favorite players in terms of value of where I thought he would go versus where I had him. He was fourth round guy for me as well. Okay, we're through the end of the fourth round. We're gonna play. We're gonna do some ads here. I asked if you could stick with those. That would be great. Just get a couple old shekels thrown our way. I'm gonna stretch my legs. I'll come back and start in on round 5. We're through the first round of the third day. It's still it's Draftmas. It's here. It's almost over. Oh, I just realized I don't have the box that plays ads, so it's going to take me a second to do so. It's been an incredible process for us. Just got back from Detroit this morning. Beautiful city in Detroit. Absolutely was dumbfounded by how much I liked Detroit. And if they have another draft, if they have another event, if they have another anything, I'd like to be there because I thoroughly enjoyed Detroit. Oh. While I'm getting this set up, Muhammad Abdi asked, other than Penix, the biggest draft surprise, I would say some of the guys that failed. I'm not overly surprised by any players, or by many players. I shouldn't say any. There are some that have surprised me a little bit. I'm more surprised at the guys that fell off a cliff, like Troy Franklin, A.D. Mitchell. I know there are a lot of receivers, but there has to be something going on with why those guys dropped just off a cliff the way they did. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And when you add all of it together, and you look how many of them are receivers. It's hard. It's hard to understand. Okay, finally got that set up. I'm going to take a short, we'll say 10-minute break. Be back here about 2:05.
The Sportsocracy.
It fires me up, man.
I love it. Say it one more time.
The The Sportsocracy.
It fires me up, man.
I love it. Say it one more time.
The Sportsocracy.
Shake it back!
Beer City's best sports talk.
It is gross.
Just earlier.
They are mature, actually. You just have to get to know them better.
Your lunchtime dose of dumbassery. Live from the Ingles studio.
And we're back. Go into the fifth round. Had a couple picks come off the board that I'm really fond of. First one at 135 to the Seattle Seahawks, Nehemiah Pritchett, 6 foot 190. I really, really like this kid. But I saw him at the Senior Bowl. I'll be really honest with you. I can't figure out how Auburn was so damn bad defensively when they had so many corners that I like so much. The problem is that they all have about the same problem, which is they're too damn thin. Pritchett is the thickest of the three, which is DJ James, Jalen Simpson, and himself. And I think he's the best of the group. I thought there was a possibility he was going to go in day two. Great fit for Seattle. Exactly the kind of corner that they like. And I think over time could be a really good third corner with Devin Witherspoon and Reek Woolen. Nehemiah Pritchett right there at 135 or 136, to the Seattle Seahawks. Chargers 137. Terheeb Still, not as big on him. He's fine. He's a really good tackler, which there is a merit to that. He's a read and react corner, just inconsistent, and that's the burst plays are there because he did have 5 interceptions last year, but he also got his ass burnt a good amount. So that's, for me, Still's a guy that you want to kind of put in mothballs for a year and see what you have. Give him a chance to develop and hope that 2 or 3 years down the line you've got a player. The Arizona Cardinals, Xavier Thomas. I know several people that watch this show will be very happy with this because they think very highly of Xavier Thomas, and so do I. I'm not quite as high on him as I have been on other Clemson linemen over the years, but I think he could be an absolute sleeper. I think he's a really good pass rusher and has the ability to drop. Stereotypical 3-4 project on the outside for the Cardinals. Really, he's actually good against the run too, which is rare. He's more you have to work on his ability to get after the passer. The chunk plays are there, just have to get it more consistent. Xavier Thomas 138 to the Arizona Cardinals. Jordan McGee, linebacker out of Temple. This is one of Tank's favorite guys. Goes to the Washington Commanders at number 139. Just an infectious smile as he said this was a guy that Tank got to interview himself at the Combine. And really, really good raw player. I'm just not sure how it projects away from Temple. He had a nice surge, or at least we thought he was going to have a nice surge. He was in several guys' top 100 in the media contest. So Jordan Temple, he's raw. He is as raw as he can be, and he's kind of small. Not really sure what position he's going to end up playing. But Washington, with as many picks as they have, you can take flyers on guys like this. Don't have a ton of expectations, so you can give guys like this reps and just kind of see what you have. Jordan McGee, 139 to Washington. And the final pick that we've had come off the board here to start the 5th round. Cam Hart finally comes off the board to the Chargers, and I'm just going to say this. You drafted corners back-to-back, and you got the better one at 140. Never makes sense to me when that happens. Big-body kid, started as a wide receiver, and has very natural, fluid wide receiver moves, just needs to develop as a corner. We've seen a lot of guys take this tact over the years, and I'm in love with Cam Hart. I have been throughout the entire process. I think this is one of the better value picks we've seen so far. And look, corner was a problem. Corner was a problem for the Chargers, and I think a year down the line, Cam Hart is going to be a really solid starter for the Los Angeles Chargers. A nice get here at 140. Okay, looking to the chat. So far, Nick says he likes the Jaguars draft, which we discussed in the first segment of this here live stream. Brian Thomas with the trade down, who I really like. I've described him as he is what Terrace Marshall was billed to be. Then you got the two LSU defensive tackles, Jordan Jefferson, Mason Smith. The hope is that one of them it really hits for you because they were both super inconsistent. Mason Smith with much higher upside, but he had injury issues. Jordan Jefferson just had super inconsistent issues. Jerry and Jones, I didn't love that pick. It was a bit of a reach, but he is a good blitzer off the edge at corner. And then Javon Foster, who I think is one of the safest offensive linemen in this class, comes in as a swing to start and could down the line be a starter for the Jacksonville Jaguars. There's some more guys talking about the Seahawks. I do think the Seahawks have done a really nice job. Byron Murphy early on. Got Byron Murphy early on there at 16. Do find it funny that every mock I think that I saw had Troy Fautano going to Seattle, and I told everybody I don't think it's going to happen. I just don't know who it's actually going to be. Byron Murphy was one of the contenders there. JPJ was one as well. I had Byron Murphy to Seattle early on, and then I kind of shaded off of it. Wish I hadn't. I think he's going to be a stud for Seattle. Christian Haynes, the guard out of UConn, who I think is an immediate plug-and-play starter for them. Tyrese Knight, linebacker at UTEP, which I'm not as wild about. And then A.J. Barner and Nehemiah Pritchett. I think really good value with Pritchett. Seattle still has 3 picks left, all 3 sixth-rounders. 3rd pick in the 6th round, 16th pick, and 31st pick. Back satisfied Browns fan talking about Shell Smith-Wade still on the board. He was a guy that I think he got the hype from having a really good game at the Senior Bowl. And I'm just going to level this a little diatribe that I'm going to go on. And I learned this year. Can we stop having the Senior Bowl game? Because it really means nothing. It's a glorified Pro Bowl, and nobody walks away from that. Shell Smith-Wade had a good week, not a great week. And we felt like he was just going to rise up boards, and he hasn't. And there's a lot of guys that if you look at still on the board, a lot of guys that fall into that same thing of you killed it in the Senior Bowl game, you killed it in the Hula Bowl game, whatever it was, still on the board. Looking at best players still available. For me, Jeremiah Trotter is number 1 of players still on the board. Linebacker out of Clemson. He is a really good pass cover guy. I'm just not sure he's ever more than that. But I am still shocked to see him on the board here in the 5th round. I never in a million years thought we would get to this point. Oh, I don't remember. Who took Cedric Von Braun? I just realized there's a player that I have not taken off the board. I don't know who took it. The Buffalo Bills, they just took him. That's why I apologize. I was confused. Buffalo Bills just taking Cedric Von Granger that's a really nice pick for them. Really good pick for Buffalo here in the 5th round. Von Braun was actually the number 1 player left on my board. Now it's Jeremiah Trotter. Other guys, Christian Mahogany, Chris Abrams-Drain, Austin Booker, Aeneas Smith, Christian Jones, Javon Solomon, the edge rusher out of Troy, Jarvis Brownlee Jr., DJ James, Muhammad Kamara, who I'm dumbfounded is still here, Gabriel Murphy, those are the remaining players in my top 100. Cedric Von Prawn Granger going to the Buffalo Bills. This is one of my highest value picks of the weekend so far. Okay. David Bingston Arendt asking about the Cardinals prioritizing high character over name players. I do understand setting a culture. I think it's a fine line because you don't necessarily just want guys that are choir boys. And I don't think they've done that. Look, I like Arizona. I like what Arizona has done. I think they have brought in players. Obviously, Marvin Harrison Jr. We all know that I'm just in love with him. I didn't mind Darius Robinson. Love Max Melton. Love Trey Benson. Then thought they went through kind of a weird period with Tip Raymond and Isaiah Adams where you're overdrafting a guy. Adams that I had late into day 3. Raymond, I just don't really understand the fit because you've already got a tight end with Trey McBride. Tip's a better blocker, and I guess I get that. I just felt like that was really high, especially when you look at who was still on the board. But then you recovered Elijah Jones, somebody that had risen through the process, Dana and Taylor Demerson, who I really like, and had risen in the process, and Xavier Thomas, who was just a phenomenal prospect. I like what Arizona's doing. If I were an Arizona Cardinal fan, I would feel really good about it at this point. And you're getting character guys as well. Justin Parton finally off for the week. Here hanging out, watching a little Draftmas coverage. Craig Frizzell said, "Thanks for all your insight. No problem. Don't know how much insight I have, but they do let me in the building, which is pretty sweet. I think the Ravens are doing well picking again. They always do. Baltimore never doesn't pick well, and I think they've absolutely crushed. I could make the argument that 3 of my favorite classes are out of the AFC North, with Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, and Baltimore. Also, really like what Indianapolis has done. They just took Anthony Gold, slot receiver out of Oregon State, he has a nice high ceiling as a slot guy. I am a little curious of the fit with Josh Downs because they're both slot exclusive players. Common sense ain't common. He doesn't love the Anthony Gold pick. That one's not bad. That is a valuable value pick of a guy that I think a lot of us thought would be gone by now. He's also tremendous in the return game. So I'm not as against that as common sense ain't common seems to be. 10 Titans talk about the Trotter potentially falling to them. Everybody seems to be in on Trotter at this point. Be a great time to have. I'm a Jet, so I'll take Jeremiah Trotter. Hell, we've had a hole at linebacker for what feels like 48 years. We've had 2 good ones forever. Problem is we play 3, and the third one's been a boom for an extended period of that. Colin Green talking about wouldn't mind Christian Mahogany, Chris Abrams Drain, or Muhammad Kamara to the Saints. They did select Kool-Aid earlier. Bo and Karen Walker here joining me at the Village Porch. Glad to see our Wolfpack faithful. Still waiting to see Dylan McMahon come off the board. I think it's coming. If I were a betting man, and I would never make one of those nefarious wagers. I've heard he's a good kid. He was actually one that I talked about with Adam Gold and a couple other people. That I had him as the 6th best center on the board. And Bo, y'all can't hear him because I'm using the combine mics, namely because I was too damn lazy to go up and get my actual mic and put it into the table because I'm real tired. Y'all can't hear Bo, so Bo's nephew played at NC State, and his roommate was Dylan McMahon, who at some point today, he's showing off the poopy dog. What is the NC State mascot's name? Tuffy. I do call him Puppy Fingers. I do call him Puppy Fingers. I never knew his actual name. Oh, shit. Oh. Bo sending me a shot of Fireball, which I greatly appreciate. This is actually outside of downing a friggin' pint of it Thursday night because I didn't want to throw it away. The only boozes I've had outside of a beer here earlier. Thank you, sir. I always appreciate when people come to join us at things like this. Oh, God. That did hit the old spot, I'm not going to lie. Oh. Let's see. Majabi talking about Hunter Norzad. I don't. All right, Majabi, I respect what you think about draft prospects. Can you please tell me what it is that people see about him? Because I just can't figure it out. I mean, I think he's fine, but I mean, I'll give you a point of reference. I had Hunter Norzad one spot behind Dylan McMahon in terms of centers in this class, who we were just talking about. I don't get it. I don't see that high upside. He's just not one that I'm bought into. But as I said, I've been wrong before. I'm not egotistical enough to think that I can't be wrong. I just don't see it with him. Or Malik Washington. Now Malik I do like. I like both Washingtons, and neither one of them's gone yet, Malik or Taj. And Bradley Presley was talking about Gold. That feels like a returner pick. Don't be shocked if you see a lot of those guys today. Aeneas Smith is one that hasn't gone yet. He's about 4'6", but he's really good with the ball in his hand. Elite level punt returner, and the name just went out of my head. There's another one from Penn State who's real good. Give me a second. What's his damn name? I can see Daquan Hardy out of Penn State. Don't be shocked if somebody takes him here in the next handful of picks because of the new rules with kick returners. That was my two best in the class, and Anthony Gold was third. Anthony Gold would be the most usable as an actual player piece. So, don't be shocked if you start seeing some of these kick returners coming off the board here in the next handful of picks. Let's see. Colin Green, this would be a great time to draft one of my good friend's sons, Cedric Johnson, Mobile, Alabama native. It would be ideal. It would be ideal. I'll get Luke over here in just a second. Let's see. Mark Gordon, Eagles drafted Shipley is to replace Gainwell because he didn't finally get the contract. Do you think he can become a solid RB2? I do. I think Shipley is one of those players that he's got all the talent in the world. You just have to get him into the right place. And I don't buy into Dabo Swinney. I never have. And Will Shipley's the reason why. I've just seen a lot of talent come in and out of that program, and a lot of it's better when it gets away from Dabo. So I mean, I think sorry, I saw the name. I think Will Shipley to Philadelphia that's a high upside. That's what good teams like Philadelphia do. I can take the swing because I don't have to have player X, player Y, player Z. I can go get a football player and make it work. And you're welcome for answering the question. You're the whole reason we do this. Otherwise, I would just be a fat man in a bar drinking beer, talking to myself, and that is crimes. I don't know what kind of crimes, but it feels like crimes. And we're a fan of you, Mark Gordon, and all of you that are tuning in for the draft coverage. We're into day 5. We're into day 3 into round 5. This is where you really rubber meets the road because we're getting fucking punters and shit. So Now, if you're still hanging on at this point, you're my kind of people. Chiefs Nation UK can't fathom why the Chiefs haven't gotten interior defensive line help. Besides that, the draft has gone well. Kansas City was a team I was talking about earlier that you just see them. It's funny that I used to say this about Pittsburgh. I've said it about Seattle. I've said it about a few teams that are traditionally good. You start looking at guys saying they are blank type players. And Jaden Hicks, Jared Wiley, and Kingsley Suamatea, they are Kansas City type players. Xavier Worthy, you took a shot on a guy that runs a 4.21. I mean, you're adding him to one of the biggest arm quarterbacks in the league that is just insanely smart, which gives him a higher upside than he would have had anywhere else. I feel like Kansas City's killing it. I like what they've done. And that's saying something when I didn't like your first-round pick and you traded up to do it. It is hard for me to like that when that's the case. But I agree with you. Now, in terms of other, let's go to the old visit board, which I haven't referenced today at all, which is rare. Usually by now I've talked about the visits board 28 times. Kansas City. See if there's a defensive tackle here that would be worth keeping an eye on with them. Kansas City is a pretty Christian Boyd, who I think he visited every team in the league. Jawan Briggs. Don't be shocked. He's not a. I don't remember where ESPN had him ranked. I'll look there first, and then I'll tell you where I am. He was not a super popular guy around the Jawan Briggs. He is the 15th best defensive tackle still left. Christian Boyd, on the other hand, is a third. So don't be shocked if he's picked sometime soon. I wouldn't be shocked if they took either one of them. Had them both in for top. Vincent Collier said Detroit's secondary is going to be good. I agree with you. I really do. I think Detroit's crushed. Detroit crushed the draft. Hosting it, the Detroit Lions have crushed the draft itself. And I got a sweet-ass Detroit Lions NFL Draft 2024 hoodie for my shadow box. I'm big on shadow boxes. And I'm not trying to get all Hobby Lobby on you or anything, but I like commemorating events that we go to. So the new home studio, I ordered my first picture from the combine, the first workout that I got to see ever live with the combine. I posted it on social media. That's going over the desk in the home studio, and then I've got the Senior Bowl and the draft, the hoodies that were media gifts that have gone into that, with some Mardi Gras beads that I got at the first one, and my media credential, and then my media credential from the draft, with some trinkets that I picked up along the way. That's my goal, is to spruce up my office with all kinds of shit from our travel. I spend more money on trinkets than probably any grown adult man you'll ever meet. I'm just doing it for the noise. Nice pick by the Falcons. All right, let's update latest picks here. I'm going to wager we've had a few. Anthony Gold was the last pick I talked about. J.T. Bertrand, that is a good pick. J.D. Bertrand is, athletically, he just doesn't have it. He's small, 6'1", 230, but he is all over the field. The Ohio State tape is intoxicating to watch, and damn it, get to why I said that in just a minute. With J.T. Bertrand, he was a guy that I could not stop watching. And the more I saw him on tape, the more I liked him. Let's see. How the hell do the Jets not have a football pick? Sorry, I do have to keep an eye on my own team, because at the end of the day, I am watching this as a fan as well. They have 2 fifth-rounders. 38 and 51. 2, 6, and a 7. Okay. Bo and Karen Walker sending over a shot of fireball that I'm not going to lie, it hit the old tum-tum quite nicely. But J.D. Bertrand, I do really like that pick. At worst case scenario, he becomes a special teams ace because he's just – I love team captain. And when you're a team captain at Notre Dame with how they play defense, especially in this era, it's a smart football player. And he is a smart damn football player. It's a nice pick there for the Atlanta Falcons. Chicago wound up with another pick. Let's see if I need to find somewhere that I can get the trades. Draft trades. The tracker. The Bears gave up a 2025 fourth-round pick to get up to 144 to take Austin Booker. He was really hot coming out of the Senior Bowl, and then the momentum just died. And I don't think it's necessarily anything he did as much as it is I'm not really sure where he fits because he's very tall, and I do like him on the opposite side of Montez Sweat. The problem is he started exactly one game at Kansas and was really a situational pass rusher in college. You see high-end flashes, but my question is, why did he not play more? He's a really good pass rusher. I like that trade from the Bears. I told you there was a great possibility they were going to find a way. There was a great possibility they were going to find a way to get back into this draft to get another player, and giving up next year's fourth-round pick to get up to the Bills. That's a nice move by the Bills. It's a nice move by the Bears. Let's see. Kevin the PRF asked, am I surprised no quarterback has gone since pick 12? I won't be surprised if no quarterback goes other than Michael Pratt at all. I mean, I think somebody's going to take the shot on Spencer Rattler. Somebody will probably take the shot on Joe Milton, but I think they're seventh-round guys. I mean, look, they're just not very good. You know, Joe Milton's a shotgun. I mean, yeah, he's got great power out of that arm. The problem is I don't know where he's going to land. My Mullet Sr. got absolutely just hammered watching Joe Milton, not literally, figuratively, because he does have a rifle arm. The problem is he's pitifully inaccurate. And so, am I surprised? No, I'm not. I mean, I said this quarterback class sucks. That's why I'm dumbfounded that it's the first class to ever have 6 in the top 12. And I've heard this narrative of, is this gonna? Will we ever see this again? Yeah, probably. Because I would rather have a cheap, mediocre quarterback than a really expensive, half-assed one. Would you rather have Bo Nix or Daniel Jones? For me, I'd rather have cheap-ass Bo Nix, and then when his fourth-year option comes up, I'm good on paying him $20 million. And that's how I would roll. I'll hit one or I'll miss one. It is what it is. Let's see. Keep going with the picks here. Denver Broncos, Chris Abrams drain. I am dumbfounded it took this long. He will be a good slot corner, I think, in the NFL. The Scouts Inc. had him in the top 100. I may have had him in the top 100. Pretty sure I did. I had him at 70. So that's a really good value pick for the Denver Broncos. Look, I didn't like Bo Nix. I still don't like Bo Nix. I don't really understand who your competition was and why you took him at 12 as opposed to taking. I mean, just look at the class for Denver. I said this earlier. If you had traded back and gotten Bo Nix at the end of the first round with that fifth-year option, taking Troy Franklin in the second, taking Chris Abrams drain in the third, taking Jonah Ellis in the third, and then had Audric Estime, who they just took. That's not a bad class. The problem is where they took them all. And I just don't think your value-based drafting, based on the fact that you overdrafted Bo Nix so hard, I also don't understand why the Broncos draft room looks like somebody farted at a funeral every time I see them. I mean, they keep showing the room, and they all look just pissed off at every pick that happens, and I don't understand why that happens. Abrams drain. That's a solid pick though. Pretty happy about that one if you're Denver. Jarvis Brownlee Jr. That was why I said damn it. He goes to the Tennessee Titans. Former Florida State Seminole. Really, really good cover corner. A little raw and a little thin, but I think that's a guy that grows into a real football player a year down the line for the Tennessee Titans. Outside of your first pick, Tennessee, I think you've done well. I don't like J.C. Latham, but as I said earlier, Bill Callahan likes J.C. Latham, and he knows way more about offensive linemen than I do. Audric Estime, big running back. Natron Means has been my comp on him. 5'11", 221 out of Notre Dame. Big physical kid. Didn't run as fast at the combine as you wanted. Sped up at the pro day. I think this is about where he belongs. And now you add him to Javonte Williams and the stable running back there with the Broncos. Solid pick there. And our most recent selection, Tommy Eichenberg out of Ohio State to the Las Vegas Raiders. Another captain guy, kind of he and J.D. Bertrand are similar to me in that neither one is athletically where you would want them to be if you had taken them any higher. But getting them here in the fifth round, these are valuable team leader type players that I really like and I want on my football team. So nice pick there, Tommy Eichenberg to the Las Vegas Raiders. Let's see if we have any more comments in here. Soaring Eagle said Mo Kamara was right there. I don't disagree with you. Let's see. With JD. Okay, big ass did JD Bertrand project like Troy Anderson. Troy Anderson's hyper. Oh boy, that's another fireball. Son of a beach. I've had no food, Bo. Oh, I love Bo and Karen Walker. They're two of my favorite people. That they watch. They've been here with us since the start. I think y'all were listening when we were in the bunker, weren't you? Oh, God, that bunker feels forever away now. It feels like it's been 800 years ago. Yes. I remember that. I do remember that. I pride myself on trying to remember as much shit as humanly possible. Tank called me a camel the other day. I didn't really know what to do with that. I mean, he's called me a camel before, but he was talking about drinking. This time he was talking about retaining information. Tank is still alive. He did make it off 8 Mile. He only risked getting killed twice. There was a girl at the liquor store that I'm pretty sure would have stabbed him if there weren't people looking at her. Because he smarted off to her, and that was a bad call. There was another guy that I don't know exactly what his problem with Tank was, but he had a problem. I didn't ask. Daniel Durham asked, what did I just drink? That was a shot of Fireball, which is that's what powers this vessel, from Bo and Karen Walker, who have joined me here at Village Porch, and you should do so as well. I can't tell you I'm going to stream every pick because, well, at the rate Bo's feeding me Fireballs, I might be speaking cursive by the start of the 6th round. But I am a warrior, and I will fight through this as long as I can. Now, look, I was in Detroit at 5:15 this morning. Oh yeah, we do need to make shirts that say "I slept in a car in Detroit." off, Gratiot Avenue. I slept in a car off Gratiot Avenue in Detroit. I am rather tough. Eat and Sleep Football asked, why did Tank Smart off tour? I'm not really sure. I don't. All right, all right, I'll tell this story because Tank's not here to defend himself, so it's not like he can stop me. So we stayed in a place that was probably not my finest hour at booking hotels, but it was $37 a night. That should have been my first inclination of maybe not the best place to stay. It was fine. I had a lovely bed that was very comfortable, and I had a wall unit air conditioner that I could set at 60 degrees, and I did. I woke up one night watching my breath come out of my mouth, which that wasn't great. I probably went too deep there. But there was a liquor store right beside where we were staying. So it was where we were, which was in a high rise that had been remodeled. It was not in the greatest neighborhood you've ever seen, but it was fine. Nobody screwed with us. So we were in this building which none of the doors worked, and it was really hard to get into. There was a public library, a liquor store, another store of some kind that I never went in, but Tank did, and then a grocery store, all in one stretch. Tank almost got into two fights, one at the liquor store and one at the grocery store, and I don't know what either one of them was about. But I had to kind of swoop in like the big brother of, don't make me. I don't want. Now, one of them was with a woman. I was like, you're on your own on that one. The second one, I did have to step in like, he's not by himself. And, saying as nicely as I can, how big a boy are you? So I don't know. I don't know why he smarted off to her, but he did. The Daniel Durham said, true Southern warriors drink bourbon, not stuff like Fireball. I have ulcers, so I need sugary bullshit. It is what it is. You know, that's the one part of me that is the one thing about me that, oh God, we've had a quarterback. Oh, Saints fans, it's happened. We have a quarterback. Josh Newton goes to the Cincinnati Bengals, and then I'll get into what New Orleans just did. Newton, he was a preseason hype monster twice, actually. Physical. I do like the raw of him. Look, what he could be and what he is are not the same thing, but I understand how Cincinnati got there. It's a good value picker at 149, just based on how high the potential is. And then we get to number 150. The New Orleans Saints step to the podium. Spencer Rattler. Look, it was like the internet died. As soon as somebody tells me we're back, I'll finish my thought. That was one of the weirdest internet drops I think I've seen in all the years we've been doing this. Anybody tell me that we're back? Yeah, we're back. There we go. Colin Green said Spencer Rattler pissed on the Wi-Fi box. It's entirely possible. I don't know what. So, just a little behind the curtain. So, I have an external Wi-Fi card that basically will pick up any Wi-Fi in the area if that happens. I lost everything in a neighborhood with probably 200 internet connections. I had none of them. So that was odd. That's why I can use Wi-Fi now. That was odd. Glad we came back. Hope all the people that disappeared on that and thought I died, I hope they come back as well. But the Spencer Rattler thing is, I'm okay with it. Look, I don't love him, and I'm not going to love him. But, all right, I'm just going to use a point of reference here. So, the The Saints take Spencer Rattler, who, do I think he's ever going to start a game in this league? No, I don't. And if he does, I think you've done it wrong. One pick later, the Colts took Jalen Carley's, who I didn't have a draftable grade on. So it's not like we're into that point. There are still very good players on the board. But you're going to see teams do things at this point that are way more confusing to me than taking Spencer Rattler. Because, I mean, with where it sits, he's going to be the 3 in New Orleans, which is where he should be. I mean, that's to me where he projects in this league. I think he can be a decent backup. Would I have liked him to do? Would I have liked New Orleans to do something else right there? Absolutely. But kind of like Seattle did, or Seattle, damn it, kind of like Philadelphia just did, and took Aeneas Smith. That is what you do here. You take a guy that with the ball in his hand is just an absolute monster. Seattle, or I don't know why I keep wanting to say Seattle. And New Orleans didn't do that. I understand why Saints fans are irritated about it, but that's where Spencer Rattler belonged. He never belonged in the first round. Nobody viewed him that way. Nobody viewed him in day 2. This is where his reign started. So I get why you took him. And I'm not shocked it was New Orleans that did it. We'll go to Jalen Carley's next, the gigantic safety out of Missouri. He's a big damn dude that runs really fast. The problem is he's not a football player. He has 9 interceptions in his career at Missouri. The problem with that, and where I feel like, and I'm looking at Scouts Inc., their synopsis right now. If you go back and look at those, none of them were great plays that he made, save one. Just not. Could he be a great special team player? Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I don't see a way that he's not. I just don't see a high-level football player. And with guys that are still on the board, I don't understand. I don't understand. But we're in the 5th round, so I'm not going to rail on you too hard. And Indianapolis has had a really good weekend. So it could be markedly worse. Aeneas Smith going at number 152 to the Philadelphia Eagles. I do find it absolutely hilarious that Scouts Inc. listed him at 5'10". If he's 5'10", I'm 6'9". And I've stood next to Stephen Towle. I'm not. Aeneas Smith's about 5'7", and he weighs much closer to $180 than he is 200 pounds. He will be a prolific kick returner in the NFL. I don't know that he will ever give you much as a receiver. My guy Trevor Sigma at PFF really liked him. Several other guys that did that show really liked him. And it's because he's so damn good with the ball in his hand. The problem is getting the ball in his hand because he's so small. But there are just not many people that are that fast and that elusive. And that's a solid pick for Philadelphia. Gigi Gamblin trying to call a shot with his Rams on the clock for Jeremiah Trotter Jr. But we have another pick, DeAndre Price, cornerback out of Ole Miss. He can do a lot of things. I'm just not sure he can do a lot of them very well. And he is one of the worst tacklers in this class. He's really fast, and he has a decent technique. Jacksonville there at 153. DeAndre Price and Brennan Jackson, edge out of Washington State to L.A. I actually kind of like that. He didn't get a lot of love, but he's one of those power into power pass rushers that it can work. He's just really big. I'm not 100% sure where he's going to play. Because to me, he would project as more of a 3-4 end than he would a standing up 3-4 outside linebacker. He's good against the run too, which would be intriguing. Oh, let's see. Bradley Presley says that the. Let me check this. Okay, so when the Colts drafted Jalen Carleys, they list him as a linebacker, which is interesting. I knew that was a possibility because of the size. Okay. If I was going to do that with a guy that started as a safety, I would have gone James Williams out of Miami. But it does make me like that a little bit better. Philadelphia has traded up to 155. Here with the, I believe it was with the Indianapolis Colts. Not sure who originally had this pick. I'll see if I can find an answer. Nope. Who originally had this pick? I won't know until they make the selection. Let's see if I can find it from Twitter. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. going to the Philadelphia Eagles with this trade-up pick. That's a legacy. His dad played for the Philadelphia Eagles. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know that I've ever seen a father and son who were more different than Jeremiah Trotter and Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Bo, one of our resident Cowboy fans, said he needs Howie Roseman to come be the GM of the Dallas Cowboys. I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah, you do. Steven. Now you got Stephen Jones. That's the closest you're going to get for now. But then Jerry's also like 9,000 years old. So. I can't tell you you're wrong. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. here to the Philadelphia Eagles. That's a nice move by Philadelphia. Philadelphia is killing day 3. Aeneas Smith, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Good Lord. Will Shipley, Aeneas Smith, and Jeremiah Trotter Jr. in day 3. That is, whew, that's a day. That's Howie Roseman having a day 3. He understood the assignment. Okay, let's get back to the questions in the chat. Alex Majabi asked, any opinions on Braden McGregor or Jalen Harrell? I don't have either one of them as they're not in this range. So I'm do me a favor, Majabi, just qualify that in the chat of, are you just asking about them as prospects, or are you asking about them as prospects right here? Because it's a different answer depending on what you're asking. Because if you're just asking me about in general, then Braden McGregor. Borderline draftable because he does have an NFL body. He has a horridly checkered medical history that I'm not wild about. Are they draftable? Okay, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Draftable, borderline. I would say more high-end, undrafted free agent. McGregor specifically, and a lot of his comes from the biggest perk of him is that you have an NFL body. The problem is that you also have a bad medical report. I think he's torn every ligament in one of his knees. Jalen Harrell, I would say, is probably more draftable because he's more athletic and has a little bit more of a depth of tape. But even him, I would say, is right on the line. Oh, we have breaking news. Oh, I want to know what they got. The New York Jets have allegedly traded John Franklin Myers to the Denver Broncos in what is the first move of a player. Okay. Wow. John Franklin Myers to the Denver Broncos for a 2026 sixth-round pick. Second trade between the Jets and the Bills this week, or Jets and the Broncos, damn it, this week. It's a solid move. And look, I like John Franklin Myers, and he's still young. He's still young. I hate to lose him, to be really honest with you. He was just expensive, and it becomes a numbers game. That also tells me there's a great chance that the Jets' next pick is going to be an interior defensive. Browns right here, number 156, Jamari Thrash, wide receiver out of Louisville. I like this kid. He has a very slotty body, but he plays on the outside. He started at Georgia State and absolutely eviscerated competition at Georgia State. He was not as good at Louisville, but then he went to the Senior Bowl, and I liked a lot of what I saw of him on tape. He's just a big play threat. I'm not gonna lie to you, I completely forgot he was still on the board. I 100% completely forgot he was still on the board. And that's a nice pick right there at 156 for the Cleveland Browns. Bill Belichick laughing at John Franklin Myers for a 2026 six. The Jets were also going to cut him and have to eat the money. So that would be why that happened. Jets are in that position of we're running out of dollars and we need more dollars. But that's a nice pickup for Denver to use that against them. Alex Majabi. Everybody talks about the Eagles as a super roster, but the Browns, low-key, have a great roster outside of quarterback. You're not wrong. They really do. The Browns have a tremendously talented roster, but it all comes back to the quarterback. And I'm not sure. I'm not sure about Deshaun Watson. Victor Shelton. So, is Rand Carthon an improvement over John Robinson? I would say so, yeah. I love Rand. I actually know Rand. Friend of a friend. And, he was a guy that he deserved a shot at a GM job. I think he's doing a good job with it. I hate that they went into this draft needing a left tackle so bad because you get burned by Joe Alt and then you have to take J.C. Latham. Now, I've said this, Havoc said this, that was Bill Callahan's best tackle on the board. If that's true, Bill Callahan knows tackles better than I do. So maybe he can work his magic with him. I just don't see a left tackle. Other than that, I think Tennessee really killed the draft. I'm just not fond of Latham. And it's hard for a team to recover from a first-round pick like that, for me. But definitely an improvement over John Ryan. It's not necessarily saying it, but it is true. Carolina Panthers take Shaw Smith-Wade right here. Senior Bowl stud. This is where he belongs. I mean, I think this is a good pick. He is a talented player. He's just really small. I didn't see the measurable on him from ESPN, but he's under 5'10". But he's a willing tackler. Had a really good Senior Bowl week. And I think if you put the time in on him, he could be a really good slot corner. But I think that's kind of where he pegs out. But that's a good pick here in round 5. That was the 22nd pick in this round. We have 19 more to go. We are officially into the slog. Jekyll said he likes that pick. I do too. Let me make sure that Gigi was talking about Jackson with their last pick for the Rams. So it's not rage-inducing. He's just not huge on the fit. And I get that. I think I like it a little better than he does. Because it's just a value pick. Because we're into that point now. We're into the 160s. Look, I only had I had just over 200 draftable players total. Oh, Miami, you bastards. You bastards. Muhammad Kamara to the Miami Dolphins. That's value. I don't know why he was here. Mountain West Defensive Player of the Year last year. Tremendous pass rusher. My guy, Dubs, Anthony Weaver, new defensive coordinator of the Miami Dolphins, he's going to love that one. But now that gives them Chop Robinson and Muhammad Kamara to sit behind Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb when they're healthy. That's pretty good. I mean, that's 4 edge rushers that I would put up against damn near anybody in the league. You do have to have the top 2 healthy, though. Let's back satisfied Browns fans. Very surprised we haven't gone after a corner. That makes me want to go to the prospect board and see if there is a corner that Cleveland may target later on in our proceedings here. Beanie Bishop out of West Virginia. There's a name that I don't think I saw take a top 30 visit anywhere else. That is a pick that Cleveland could target later. ESPN showing Muhammad Kamara right now. The tape against the Fighting Coach Brian should have been enough to have gotten him in day 2. And he'll come in as a situational pass rusher to start. He was an absolute. He was havoc-inducing. He's just always around the ball. Oh, this is the tape where he made Shedeur Sanders just dookie in his pants. Whoop. Love that pick. Absolutely love that pick. 159, Hunter Norzad, center out of Penn State. There were people that liked him way better than I did. He had a weird track around the college football world. He started as a tackle at Cornell and wound up as a center at Penn State. And I'm not trying to bash the guy because I don't have a problem with him, especially not right here. I just didn't really see what other people did in the top 100. And I saw him there a lot. But I mean, that's a nice backup piece, a nice pull guard or a center behind a very good front for the Kansas City Chiefs. It's a nice value depth piece, but I do feel like he went where he belongs. Alex S. did not love the Shaw Smith-Wade pick. It was after Mo Kamara or DJ James, which, trust me, I understand. I like them both. Picks in Buffalo Bills. Edwan Olafosio. Hard name for me to say. Another team captain player. Scouts Inc. was the highest on him of anybody that I could see. To me, he's a special teamer. I never really saw him as more than, I don't even know where I had him wrong. I think I had a non-premium UDFA grade on him. But you never know. Olafosio is a pretty good cover guy. Which is why I had more of a special team grade on him. Washington right here. 161. Dominic Hampton, another Washington Husky. I don't know how many players they've had go, but I feel like it's a ton. And they haven't even had ZTF go yet. Dominic Hampton really safe to contribute on special teams. Not sure that he will do much more than that. But he is safe for that. And he's pretty good against the run. So you could see him in some sub packages first two games. Okay, we're at 161. That was the 26th pick. I'm going to take and Alex S. has a question. Then I'm going to take a quick break. Do I think that the Lions destroyed the mold a little bit last year? Gave GMs the right to pick who they want regardless of people's feelings. I feel like it's showing with Carolina, the Falcons, etc. I mean, look, it's an invitation league. Detroit had 4 players that they really liked that were top of their board. They did the Jets thing with Malachi Corley. It's Malachi Corley no matter what. The problem with that is that you can fall in love with players and completely lose track of value. Value is still a thing. Now, if you have intel that a team is also hot on one of your guys and you want to take them out of line, okay. If you make a habit of doing that, it's not going to go well. And so, now, you said Detroit. They did do this last year in that a lot of people, including media people, thought that they were taking guys out of line. It wasn't as out of line when you got into actual scouts boards as it was media boards. So now this year, you look at where you're at with where Detroit has gone, and they take people out of line. Terry and Arnold was a value. He was a top 15 player. You took at 24, traded up to get. Enos Rakestraw was a value. He was a late first round, early second round grade. You took it at the end of the second. Giovanni Manu, that one is a little untoward, but then Sione Vaki was an absolute scout. Loved it. So, do I think they broke the mold? Not really. I think they had a really good draft, and they showed that you go get your guys. And when that works, it's great. When it doesn't work, it's awful. Alex S., I feel like a lot of people left their ass show in the last couple of days. Will there be leniency going forward? This is the draft. There is no leniency. You know how you get leniency? You hit 4 doubles or better in the same draft. And that buys you 2 years of singles and strikeouts. This is very much a what have you done for me lately league. And that last year, that draft worked to the line. And I'll be honest with you. All right, you said the Falcons. The Falcons have been a disaster. If it works out and Michael Penix is the future of that franchise, that's great. Problem is that it may not be for Terry Fontenot, and it may not be for Raheem Morris. Okay, we are to the Arizona Cardinals at 162. I'm going to take a quick break here, play a little ad, make a cent or two. Also take a Waz and get me another beverage. But I'll be back in just a minute.
Sportsocracy.
Fires me up, man.
I love it. Say it one more time.
The Sportsocracy.
Shake it back!
Beer City's best sports talk.
It is gross.
Just earlier.
They are mature, actually. You just have to get to know them better.
Your lunchtime dose of dumbassery. Live from the Ingles studio.
And we're back, day 3 of the NFL draft. We're back in Asheville. We're at the Village Porch, or I'm at the Village Porch. I keep saying we like there's a mouth in my pocket. Thank you, Luke. Come on down and see me here, 51 North Merriman Avenue. We're talking all things NFL draft, day 3. Still a lot of good players on the board. Taking a look at picks since we went to break there because I had to fiddle. Christian Jones, offensive tackle out of Texas. This is a guy we've talked about for, God, it feels like 2 days now, of when was he going to go. Really experienced. I think he projects as a right tackle at the next level. Could possibly slide to play on the left side. Played both at Texas and had a really good week at Senior Bowl. Nice, quick feet. Really linear. A player that really the last offensive tackle. I'm going to take a gander at remaining players, see if there's a tackle that I even kind of like left. Walter Roos, Jeremy Flax. That's pretty much it. Andrew Coker, fine. Brent Crumb's fine. Just really not a lot left. If you had told me Christian Jones would be the last real tackle drafted in this class, I would not have seen that coming. But another solid pick by the Arizona Cardinals. Arizona seems to be, they have rallied from a weird couple picks with Isaiah Adams and Tip Raymond for really quality selections in a row with Elijah Jones, Dadrian Taylor Demerson, Xavier Thomas, and Christian Jones. They have 2 picks left. It's a really formidable class. I like what Arizona has done over the course of the weekend. Green Bay Packers, Jacob Monk, center out of Duke, another team captain guy with a ton of starts, 58 starts over, I believe it's 5 at Duke. Played 3 positions. It's a very stereotypical Green Bay Packer kind of move because he can play damn near anywhere on the line. Now, do I think he's great? I don't. Got a nice pop. Technique lacks a little bit sometimes, gets too aggressive, but is he a guy that's going to kill you if he has to play? No, he's not. That was 163. 164, Jalen Simpson, the second of the Auburn secondary guys. I like this kid. He's just really thin, and I think he projects as a safety. I'm not sure that he's ever going to be able to tackle at the next level. He can cover, and you may be able to move him around and do some different things with him. But of all the Auburn, of the 3 Auburn guys, this one I like the least. Goes to the Indianapolis Colts. I don't mind the fit there. I think he's just going to be a matchup on tight ends and a matchup on slot guys. And you better have a thumper back behind him because he's just not a very good tackler. 165, Baltimore Ravens, Rasheen Ali had a really good Senior Bowl week and then ruptured his bicep. And I feel like he would probably have gone in the 4th round if it had not been for that. Kept him out of combine. He really shined through in the workouts. That got me to go back to watch the tape, and I like him as a receiver out of the backfield. Baltimore not 100% known for that, but I'm not shocked that this is a pick from them. It's the kind of quality that Baltimore's known for. Go get a guy that is a diminished asset for something that is a short-time problem. Alex Majabi asking, why is Malik Washington falling? I don't know that he is. I mean, he's still on the board at, what are we at, 166? I mean, this is not really a fall for me. He's within range. Because you got to remember, the later down the draft we get, the wider the range is. I mean, and he is slot specific because he's so small. I mean, Scouts Inc. had him at 99. He had a ton of catches last year. Led FBS football in catches. But I'm not so sure this is a fall. I would be more asking, why is Brendan Rice falling? Because we're talking about him in the third round. Malik Washington was almost always going to go in day 3. This might be a little low, but I mean, for me, I'm looking at my wide receiver rankings. I had Brendan Rice, Johnny Wilson, Bub Means, and Marcus Rosemy-Jackson ahead of him. So we're really not to the point yet where I'm going, well, what's happening here? And I could see him going at any time. I don't think anything specifically has transpired. It's just a smaller receiver in a draft full of smaller wide receivers. And on the board now, New York Giants. Looking to the order here. We have 11 picks left in this round, starting with the Giants. We go Giants, who just took Tyrone Tracy Jr., running back out of Purdue. I was not as wild about him, and it's really not it's not a shot at him. I've seen this kid before. He was a receiver. They moved him to running back. He did some really good things at Purdue. But we're projecting so hard because all you saw was that he ran reasonably fast. He has receiver skills. I'm not sure he's actually a running back. And as a receiver, I never saw him as a draftable player. So I guess my question would be, why would you not take Kamani Badal, who I know is a running back, I know is really solid in pass pro, and I know can catch? I mean, you're drafting for the upside, and I get that because upside is intoxicating, but I don't love it. I'll put it that way. Bill Buttigieg said the Bills are done. Bill, were you just stating that for the record, or did they do something else that I haven't seen? Showing clips here of Tyrone Tracy. I mean, to me, he just looks like a wide receiver playing running back. I mean, right there, he gets behind the linebacker. That was a nice broken tackle, and that's followed by 3 terrible missed tackles. I was not wild about the tape on him. Jaguars here with, wow. That is Keelan Robinson, running back out of Texas. There you go, Jacksonville. You have the delineation this year of being The first team to take a player that was not in my top 500. He has bounced around like a ping pong ball. Texas, Alabama. He's a good kick returner. I mean, I will say that, and he's fast. I did not have a draftable grade on him. He's really short. He had 82 carries total, and you just took this kid in the fifth round. That should tell you where teams really feel like the talent goes in this class. That you're taking legitimately a special teamer in the fifth round. And I guess there is a risk that you wouldn't have gotten him, but I do. Bo said he was going to super chat there. Just buy me a shot. Hey, that works too. I do take those in the form of shot form. BG asked if LeMay is getting drafted here, the offensive lineman. I feel like he has to. Just looking at best available, he's the best available interior lineman at this point. According to Scouting, I have him behind Christian Mahogany. I have him behind. Christian Mahogany. He and Julian Pearl are really close. Oh, that is a cheeseburger. Thank you, brother. I am going to devour that burger before it's all said and done. But to answer your question, BG, I'd say LeMay gets drafted sometime within the next round. I said this earlier. You have to remember with players, once you get to this point, the range of outcomes stretches because you get guys that take somebody like Keelan Robinson. That stretches things out a little bit. Buffalo Bills, 168. Pick is in. Let's see who this is. I always hate when ESPN does this. They put up the selection, and then they let it carry there forever. Oh, boy. That's a good pick. Javon Solomon, edge out of Troy. He is undersized. And in Buffalo, he will have to put his hand in the dirt. But, damn, he has got a nice first step. 2-time all Sun Belt. Was really good at the Senior Bowl. Most sacks in FBS football last year. I'm shocked he lasted. As bootsy as pass rusher becomes in this class, I am stunned that he lasted. I really hate that he goes to the Buffalo Bills. That's a nice pick for Buffalo. Gigi Gambling asked, I want to know why Kalen Carson and Kalen King have both fallen this far. Kalen King may not get drafted. I can think of a handful of corners off the top of my head that still haven't gone that they're going to go ahead of him. He was just so bad. Once it went off the rails, it went so far off the rails. Now, Kalen King, or Kalen Carson, excuse me. I know there are some deficiencies. I think he's fallen too far. We're almost to the stupid point, and I could easily see Kalen Carson going anytime. We're in the range for him. As a matter of fact, I would say we're on the backside of the range for him. But Kalen King, I would not hold my breath on him. A team is going to have to think they can really get the most out of it. And I'm not sure they can. Bradley Presley says the Colts are listing Jalen Simpson as a corner. That one's not as untoward as the linebacker earlier. He actually has played corner. We were, as a matter of fact, I'll go one step further. We were actually projecting him more as a safety. CH Mike, what do you think of the Bears taking Torrey Taylor, the Iowa kicker, at 122? Kid's a stud. Of course, I picked on my San Francisco buddy when they picked the kicker in round 3 last year. I'm not a fan of taking kickers in general. Torrey Taylor was the only draftable specialist in this class. Anybody else that you waste a pick on, you're doing. There are a couple guys that should get training camp looks. Will Reichard, a few others. But Torrey Taylor was the only one worth a pick, and I'm fine with it. I think he's not Matt Ariza in terms of prospect, but he is very, very good. He was intoxicating to watch at the Senior Bowl. Okay, we had a pick come through, and I missed it. Javon Solomon at 168, which is great value for Buffalo. Not 100% sure how he fits into a format. I was very sure he was going to be the 3-4. Katana Oladapo, safety out of Oregon State, to Green Bay at 169. He can do a lot of things. I'm just not sure he does any of them well enough to really stick around this league for long. He's fine. He's a big-bodied safety that can do a lot. He's pretty slow. So he can't play deep. I think he's more of a box safety in the NFL. That's like the 4th player, I think, that Green Bay's taken that I keep looking at going, that's a special thing. So they're either really leaning into special teams or they're taking guys higher than I think they should. Nice pick here from the New Orleans Saints with Bub Means. Wide receiver out of Pittsburgh, started at Tennessee. I call him a Mel Kiper special because Kiper had him in the top 100. The funny part of that is, I don't quote me on this, but if I remember correctly, Bub Means has a grand total of just over 1,000 yards in his career, but he averaged 16.5 yards per catch. He's got a nice yak ability. He's got a nice big play ability. That's a good pick there for New Orleans. I like the value here into the 5th round. I am shocked that that's the first receiver they take. New Orleans has 3 picks left, 1 left in this round. Oh, Philadelphia trades their pick to the New York Jets. Hey, the Jets traded up for 1. I think Philadelphia and the Jets have traded 3 times today. But New Orleans started with Talese Fuaga. They went Kool-Aid McKinstry, Spencer Rattler, Bub. See who the Jets take here with the pick that they traded up with the Philadelphia Eagles for. Two questions in the chat. Johnny Wilson, Christian Mahogany. Am I surprised they're still on the board? I'm stunned. They're both still on the board. I thought Johnny Wilson did enough in Mobile to ensure that he was going to get. I didn't see a way he survived the 4th round. Oh, my. Thank you. Bo Walker's trying to make sure that I go night-night before the end of the 7th round. Oh, have no fear. As soon as my head hits the pillow, I am going to sleep quite nicely. I might. I've been awake for 2 days, basically. So, thank you, Bo. Thank you, Karen. Oh, the Jets are finally going to make a selection here. We'll see who it is. And I'm not going to lie to you, I don't know. And Brennan Wright would make some sense. I know they liked him for 1 point. Jet selection coming down here at 171. Jordan Travis out of Florida State. They have loved him the entire process. I'm perfectly fine with that. They've loved him the whole process. Oh, one of my favorite Florida State Seminoles of all time becomes a New York Jet. Coming off the catastrophic leg injury at Florida State. I wish there was a way that I could have. I really wish there was a way that I could have picked this on the DraftKings Sportsbook if Jordan Travis is going to end up in the New York Jet, because I was about 98% sure that was how this was going to go. I got to text our friend Melissa Lovell with Ingles Markets. She's a huge Jordan Travis fan. Do. Mike Baker says, Aaron Rodgers' team just drafted a backup quarterback named Jordan. No smiles. Jets have had a hell of a draft. I agree. Evan Doyle, I would have thought we would have grabbed a tight end by now, too. But I'm totally good with Jordan Travis going to the Jets. The Jets look so satisfied after every pick. Just, yeah, we're good with that. Trevor Keegan, guard out of Michigan, going to the Philadelphia Eagles. A nice depth piece for Philadelphia. Sorry, I had to cram down a French fry. I had a bagel at about 7 o'clock this morning. Javon Speed Sims, what's up, my friend? Appreciate everybody joining us for this day 3 of the NFL draft. Not sure how much further I will actually go. because this class is just so bad. On the back side. But I will watch the last 2 rounds live. Here at the Village Porch, 51 North Merriman Avenue. Javon, he actually said he knows Jordan Travis personally. I would love to know Jordan Travis personally. I'm a lifelong Florida State fan, so for me, one of my favorite quarterbacks that we've ever had going to the Jets is fantastic. We don't do a ton of interviews. He's a guy I would love to have on the show. And I've heard he is a wonderful guy. Danny Finsfan asked draft grades anytime soon. They'll be Monday. That will be the ESPN radio show on Monday. So Monday will be draft grade. Tuesday will be power ranking, post-draft power ranking. And then Tank and I will be taking 5 days off, which is well earned. Hey, you want me to keep going? I'll keep going. That's Glenn F. and Javon. I'll keep going. I'm talking to myself, but I'll keep going. For me, when this stream ends, there's a hell of a sleep coming. Because this has been a long few days. Working out details for different events next year. Some in-game things. Well, Jets pick again. I thought they traded up from this pick the last time. 173 for the Jets coming down here. Another running back. Okay. Not really sure I understand that one. Isaiah Davis out of South Dakota State. The first real head scratcher from the Jets for me. He is more of a pass catcher out of the backfield. He was a monster in the FCS. I'm just not sure why you took 2 running backs when you have Brees Hall on the roster and Israel Abanikanda. But Jordan Travis made me very happy. Javon said I'm going to be asleep for 37 hours after 37 beers. That's entirely possible. That is entirely possible. Because I'm not going to lie to you, I am cooked. We are almost in the 6th round. We have the Cowboys, the Saints, and then the Jets again. real sure how the Jets got 3 picks here back in. Oh, it's practically all they have. Then they have a late 7th round pick. Philadelphia had just a killer weekend. There's not a miss on that list. Dakota Whitehouse said the Broncos look like they're cooking a 4.5-star meal on day 3. It started with Troy Franklin, which that's a damn good start. Chris Abrams, Drain, Audric Estime. Still have 2 7th-round picks left. Only had Jonah Ellis and Bo Nix in the first 2 days. But I have liked what they've done here. Javon says it's been a great pleasure each year to watch y'all's growth. Think it's only up from here for you and Tank. I appreciate that. Also says he wants to get the drive to start his channel. Do what we do. He's a draft nerd as well. Job prevents him from having time for a podcast. It does take a lot of time. It takes a lot of time. I mean, hey, if you want to do some supplemental stuff with us, I'm not going to tell you no. That's one of our biggest things is that we're only 2 people. So it's tough for us to cover everything. I'm going to cover this burger in 2.4 seconds. That is an open invite, John. We'll take any help we can get, and if we can help you in any way, we'll be happy to do it. Good thing about dealing with us is that we can work around your schedule. Next year in Green Bay, we just want to take over. What does it bring, like 18 dudes? I will be interested to see next year how Green Bay goes. We got the list, and Tank he remembers it better than I do, of what the next locations on the next 4 or 5 drafts. Kelvin Joyner asked thoughts on Miles Cole from Texas Tech. He is a height, weight, speed monster, like you said. I mean, at this point, he's worth a shot. I mean, because I'm looking up and down the best available on my board, best available on Scout's Inc. board, best available on PFF's board. There's not a lot of guys that I don't have huge questions. And Tanner McLaughlin, who was like 42 for Daniel Jeremiah, he's still on board. There is a huge but about damn near all of these guys. Gabriel Murphy, he's another one I'm shocked. As good as he is against the run, there was no shot he would fall like that. But yes, I would definitely I'd be willing to take a shot on Miles Cole. 6'6", 280. I mean, the play didn't live up to it, but in terms of RAS, he's a freak. There's Kalen Carson to the Dallas Cowboys at 174. To me, that's a really nice pick here for Dallas. I mean, does he have some bad tape? Absolutely. Really good tape. Like, that's as good as you can play that. Right. Boom. Didn't finish the tackle, but still blew the play up. I just feel like Kalen Carson has an ability to drive on the football that is better than many corners that have already. Mike Baker asked, sorry if you've recently talked about this, but why is Makai Wingo falling? We haven't because I don't know. I thought the athleticism on him would be enough to keep him from falling. I haven't heard anything about a medical. That's usually why you get a guy like this. I don't specifically know what the medical is, but I would say that most likely something. When every team is out like this on a guy that I thought we were pretty universal on, he was somewhere between 80 and 120. Now you're sitting at double that, and he ain't on the board. Tim Raymond asked how I feel about the Giants draft. The most recent rundown. Malik Neighbors, love. Tyler Nubin, he's my number one safety on the board. Not a great safety class, but you got the best one out there. Andrew Phillips, who had really come on late in the process. Theo Johnson, who is just an RAS monster as a tight end. And then Tyrone Tracy, who is, I mean, look, he's about as good as you could expect of a receiving running back out of the backfield because he started as a wide receiver. I would say that's a solid B to B plus. Probably go B. Love Malik Neighbors. I don't love any other pick, but I like them all outside of Tracy. I'm just not very high on. I mean, where he went makes sense, but it's so much projection to me that I don't really know what he is. If Florida State takes Johnny Wilson here, I'll be really, really happy. Tank said 30 hours strong. Good job, brother. I'm still awake. Awake is pretty much the best thing I can say about me at this point. But got a burger, got a beer, got a bow, got a Karen. Making it work best I can. When my head lays down, I'm done. I'm done till Monday. Saints on the clock here, making a selection at 170. Damn, I hate that color. That Saints like tan color with white in the background. Yeah, colorblind guy hates that shit because I can't even. I mean, I see that it's there, but I can't tell you what it says. Let's look at this black text on a white background so I can actually see what that says. Jalen Ford, linebacker out of Texas. He was top 10 in this class of differences of opinion. Because there are some people, Scouts Inc. had him at 136. I've seen groups had him in the top 100. I've seen others have him outside of the top 300. There is really good with him. He has every trait you could ask for out of an off-ball linebacker. And the production was there. I just look at him and go, I don't see an NFL football. I see enough of what I see a lot of what you're supposed to do and not enough special. Let's see. Javon and Ron Rogers talking about the Falcons have redeemed themselves slightly. I would agree with that. I've liked what they've done since Penix and Oro Rutro. Braylon Trice was solid. Brandon Dorless was solid. And I love the J.T. Bertrand pick. Closing in on our 14th hour of draft coverage. Very nominal commercial break. Jets on the clock. This will be their next to last pick. And the next one is 2 rounds from now. Johnny Wilson would make me very happy. Christian Mahogany would make me very happy. Quantez Stiggers is a guy that's an interesting story for me. Get out of the CFL. Never played college football. Wound up in the CFL having never played college football. Jets right here, 176 overall. Last pick of the 5th round. I would really like this to make me happy. Oh, that's the most ironic thing I think I've ever seen. They just took Quantes Stickers out of the CFL. I am not upset about that in the least. I really like this kid. If I'm not mistaken, I think he was the CFL Defensive Player of the Year. I mean, you're taking a shot here. You're taking a shot here. I got no problem with it. I have absolutely no problem with it. Rookie of the Year. My bad. Quantes Stiggers, he was the CFL Rookie of the Year. He's just really, really talented. Has a weird story. It's a crazy story. But I mean that pretty much does it for the weekend for my Jets, and I'm not gonna lie to you, I walk away very happy. I feel like Joe D's board and mine looked very similar. Two running backs is that's a little odd to me, but all right, we're into the 6th round. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm gonna take more breaks in the next. I'm gonna take more breaks in the 6th and 7th round, and I'll catch up, get through chat questions. So get your questions in the chat. I'm gonna finish this here burger because it's making me feel exponentially better. Walter Roos, offensive tackle out of Oklahoma, first pick of the 6th round. I'm gonna take about a 10-minute break to finish this burger, and we'll be back with more Day 3 NFL Draft live from the Village Porch, 51 North Merriman Avenue. Come on down, see me, have a cold beer, and watch these last 2 rounds of the NFL Draft.
Sportsocracy.
Fires me up, man.
I love it. Say it one more time.
The Sportsocracy. The Sportsocracy.
Fires me up, man.
I love it. Say it one more time.
The Sportsocracy.
Shake it, bake!
Beer City's best sports talk.
It is gross.
Just earlier.
They are mature, actually. You just have to get to know them better.
Your lunchtime dose of dumbassery. Live from the Ingles studio.
And we're back. Round 6. Oh, I'm officially to I don't even know how many Red Bulls. I don't know how much caffeine. I don't know how much coffee. I'm reasonably sure I'm starting to see things that aren't actually there. But we're into round 6. We're into the depths of the draft. Few picks in round 6 that I have not gotten to. We started with Walter Roos, offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. Played a ton of games. I just don't see a ton of upside with him. I think he'll be a nice depth piece. Pretty good run blocker. Leaves a lot to be desired as a pass blocker. But good size, 6'6", 315 pounds out of Oklahoma. Number 178. Defensive tackle Logan Lee out of Iowa, going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. 3 technique, 3-4 end. I do believe he's got super weird body dimensions. 6'5", 280, but ridiculously short arms. Obviously short wingspan, but high motor guy. Very Pittsburgh Steeler kind of player. I had a fringe draftable grade on him coming in. That's at 178 to the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll get caught up on these picks, and then I will touch a few things in the chat. If you've got some questions about your team, anything like that, I am officially pot committed of going to 256, which means we're into the, I don't know, 80 pick range. God almighty, Philadelphia is good at drafting football players. Seattle Seahawks at 179. Satoa Lamea out of Utah. He's the exact opposite of Walter Roos in that I feel like there could be a lot more to him. It's just in a very specific scheme. I do like taking another swing at guard for Seattle. I want as many bites at that apple as humanly possible because I really like Charles Cross, Abram Lucas, Oluwatimi, who they took last year out of Michigan. But you got to get those guards right for Seattle. So they take Satoa Lamea right here at 179. 180, Marcellus Dial, cornerback out of South Carolina. I love this kid. Got a good amount of experience. Where he kind of fell apart for some other people is that they couldn't tell if he was a safety or a corner. And I think the fact that he played on the outside so much and he has the length, it makes people think he can't play that hybrid role. I believe he can. I had a much higher grade on him than most people in the industry. Scouts Inc. had him at 320. I had him in the 140. So I do think that's a really solid selection by the New England Patriots at 180. Another corner out of South Carolina, drafted into the NFL here in the 2024 NFL Draft. Seems like 20 years in a row that they've had at least a corner go in the draft. This year, Marcellus Dial. 181, probably my favorite player in this draft of how I feel about them compared to how the industry feels about them. Kamani Vidal, running back out of Troy. I fell in love with this kid at the Senior Bowl. He is the best pass pro running back in this class. I think he's going to be a phenomenal third down back. I'm not sure the Chargers didn't just get to steal the draft at 181. I would have started thinking about taking this kid on day 2. I had him as the third-rated running back in the class, behind Trey Benson and behind Jonathan Brooks out of Texas. Great pick there for the Chargers. This really screams to me that they do want to run the damn ball. You added Gus Edwards. You added J.K. Dobbins. Now you add Kamani Vidal. That's a complete reboot of the running back room for the Los Angeles Chargers. 182, Jaquan Jackson, wide receiver out of Tulane. Big, sweeping differences across the industry on how people felt about him. Really small, 5'9", 188. But there is some good tape on him. He's really a good with the ball in his hand kind of player. Had some success as a punt returner at Tulane. I think he projects to do that in the NFL. He goes to the Tennessee Titans at number 182. 183, Darius Musow, linebacker out of UCLA. I did not have a draftable grade on him. Pretty good in pass coverage, just super undersized. He really projects as a nickel sub linebacker in the league. He goes at 183 to the New York Football Giants. The Miami Dolphins, just unabashed, don't give a shit speed. Malik Washington, 184, wide receiver out of Virginia. Another small, very shifty, very talented, very fast wide receiver. Had been asked about, was he falling? Had he fallen? I did not have him rated as highly as some others did. Scouts think with him in the top 100 at 99. I had him closer to this range. But, I mean, look, wide receiver just so deep in this class that guys are going to fall. And Malik Washington was one that kind of fell into a spot that I thought he belonged. A guy that did not fall into a spot that I think he belongs, Johnny Wilson. Number 185 to the Philadelphia Eagles. This is another kid that I just absolutely love. Florida State kid. I've been rooting for Florida State to take him for several picks now. 6'6", 230. Really good hands, really good at point of the catch. Got overshadowed a little bit last year by Keon Coleman. But if you look at the 2022 tape, I genuinely thought he was going to be a first-round pick. Did not have as good of a 2023. Drops became a little bit of an issue. Some concentration drops. Philadelphia can be patient with him. Bring him along as a fifth receiver and hope that a year from now you can get out of him what Florida State got out of him in 2022. Nice pick there for Philadelphia with the 9th pick of the 6th round. Number 10 in the 6th round, 10 and 11 both belonging to the Atlanta Falcons. First, Jason McClellan, running back out of Alabama. I always just expected that he was going to be better than he was. I never saw that extra gear. I'm not really sure why Atlanta thinks they need another running back. You've already got Bijan Robinson. You've already got Tyler Algier. I would have thought you had bigger needs there, and it feels a bit early for him. He very often overpromised and underdelivered. But, I mean, look, there was some decent tape. Just he left a lot to be desired for me. 187, also the Falcons, Casey Washington, wide receiver out of Illinois. 6'2", 200 pounds. Non-combine invitee. This is actually the lowest rated scout team player that has gone so far. He's got big hands. He's got a decent body size. I just don't really see much of I mean, if you're wanting a receiver that can block, then you got one. I just don't think he does anything for you in the passing game. Casey Washington, number 187 to the Atlanta Falcons. Now you got 188, Houston, Texas. Jamal Hill, linebacker out of Oregon. There are guys that this is the spot where we just get goofy. Like Jamal Hill was not even he's not even in my software. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Adam Scarborough joining us here at the Village Porch in North Asheville in the lovely Woodson Reynolds Mountain District. Okay, now let me get into some questions. Oh, hold on, I got a super chat. Apologies. I've officially gotten into the, is this really happening? Are you really actually here? I may just be sitting in my house talking to my fucking self at this point. Super chat. It's from Soaring Eagle. Can you explain to me how and why teams are taking Bub Means and Jaquan Jackson over Brendan Rice? I can explain it to you. I don't know that you're going to like my explanation. Look, I've said this multiple times. If Brendan Rice's name was Brendan Smith, we would not be talking about him this way. Because that's just not who he is. You go back and watch the tape at USC, there were some good plays. There was some good to the tape. It was so damn inconsistent. Bub Means is a better receiver than Brendan Rice. I'm not sure it's all that close because he's so much better with the ball in his hand. Now, Jaquan Jackson, that one I'll give you. I like Brendan Rice better than him. I don't think there's a lot to him. Tank can attest to this. I was yesterday when we were getting ready for night 2, a story came out from the Jets that they had 3 receivers they were really locked into. It was Roman Wilson, it was Brendan Rice, it was Malachi Corley. I was terrified they were going to take Brendan Rice because the thought of him as the 3 in that offense just made me sad. Because I need a legit talent. And I don't think Brendan Rice is that. I really don't. I think he is. This is about where he belongs. Now, I will give you Jaquan Jackson's probably. We've probably gone to the goofy point now of he should not be going ahead of Brendan Rice. Oh, let's see. Notorious B.I.G. in our YouTube comments, am I just being a negative Nancy or have the Saints had a bad draft class? I have got to pull it up. No. I mean, it depends on why you're saying that. Talise Fuaga was who you wanted. At least almost universally, that was who I saw that Saints fans wanted. It was either him or it was Byron Murphy. So I guess that would be my question is, what do you give the pick of Talise Fuaga? You got Kool-Aid McKinstry on the outside, which I don't necessarily think Saints fans thought was a huge need of theirs, and that's why people have not liked it as much. Then you get into the Spencer Rattler pick. The only thing is that's in the 5th round. I mean, you went from 41 to 150. So you went over 100 picks before you had your 3rd selection. And I don't like the Spencer Rattler pick. Bub Means I'm a pretty big fan of. I think Saint fans would be happier if they had gotten the receiver in the 2nd round. But I don't think you're being a negative Nancy. I just think I think maybe the 5th round picks are you had a higher aspiration it wasn't lived up to. I don't think that's being a negative Nancy. Glenn F. said the Dolphins have had a solid draft. I'm officially to the point of I think Al Davis's reincarnated corpse has taken over the GM duties for the Miami Dolphins. I don't give a damn what you do, but you're going to do it fast. Hey, it's my lovely wife. Stand by, draft nerds. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. My my lovely wife came down to say hello. Let's see. Non-biased from GG Gambling. Tyler Davis or Fabian Levitt. I would go Fabian Levitt. Oh, you said non-biased. Apologies. Non-biased, I would go DJ James. DJ James is the best player on the list. Fabian Levitt would probably be my 2. Tyler Davis would be my 3. He doesn't do much for me. But to answer the question that Glenn asked, or the comment, they have the Dolphins have killed the draft. And they're adding speed, which is what you're looking for in Miami. That's how they win. If we're going to outspeed you. Hey, there's DJ James, the LC Hawks. Pan asking how's the day? How's the trip? The flight was bitch. Bo's nephew's college roommate Dylan McMahon just got drafted. Talk about that in just a minute. But the trip was a little tough. Flight was a bitch. I've slept virtually none, so I'm struggling a little bit. But I'm committed. I'm caffeinated. I'm motivated. I'm willing to make a deal. So we're here and making shit happen. Got Adam Scarborough here. Got Bo and Karen Walker here at the Village Porch, 4051 North Merriman Avenue. 41's next door. This is 51, and one of these days I'm going to remember that. Okay, let's catch up on some picks. We're humming along here in the 6th round. Jamal Hill, that's a new one. I don't. When I look at you and go, I got nothing. That means you deep dove who you took right there. Detroit Lions continue a phenomenal weekend with Mekhi Wingo at 189. Just a really athletic BDD. I think he's going to play 3-4D in the league because he's too small to play on the interior of a 3-man front. Could be the second piece in nickel with a 4-man front, but I do really like how he projects as a 3-4 defensive end. The Lions have crushed this weekend. Absolutely crushed it. I love what they've done for the defense. I think they've added several players that are going to contribute in year one. And 3 years from now, we may look back at this draft and go, that is where Detroit turned the corner. And the awesome fans of Detroit that I got to meet over this week are Super Bowl, legit Super Bowl contenders. Dylan McMahon, interior offensive lineman out of NC State. Some people think he's a guard. Some people think he's a center. Played a lot of games. The uncle of his roommate at NC State is sitting right in front of me, Bo Walker. Played guard, played center, goes to the Philadelphia Eagles, which is a really nice fit for him. They just crank out offensive line players. So McMahon will not be asked to play much early, but there's a lot to like there. I had him as my number 7 center in the class, and he goes at 190 to the Philadelphia Eagles. Tajon Palmer, wide receiver out of UAB. If you just wanted unabashed damn speed, I get why you did this. Here would be my question. All right, so Arizona is in this spot. They were looking for a speedy wide receiver, and you took him over Taj Washington. You took him over Brendan Rice. They're just issues that I come up with when look. I don't have anything wrong with Tayshaun Palmer. There's just not much there. I mean, if you just want track guys, just go draft track guys. It's socially acceptable. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, boozes. Here we go. Wrote a song about it. Like to hear it. Here it go. Oh. You know, there's a blessing and a curse to being known as Beer City's greatest drunk, is that everybody shows their affection for you by getting you drunk. Oh, by feeding you boozes, which I'm a fan of. And I thank all of you here at the Village Porch for your lovely contributions to the Jeremy needs to sleep about 42 hours of fun. Evan Doyle said he's having a great time this weekend. And based on how the Bengals have done, I totally understand why you're having a good time. Gigi said Jamal Hill is a Mark Barron level linebacker. That sentence right there would explain to you why I did not have him evaluated, because that is not my kind of linebacker, especially in this class that I hated anyway. But he did throw out the explanation here. He's light on his ass, 6'3", 220, but when he tackles, he can just plow people, which might get him flagged, but he's pretty good in zone coverage. Liked him somewhere in the 6th or 7th to the ranks. Indeed. That's a nice explanation by Gigi. That's insanely light for a linebacker to me. And I've been burned by those guys in the past because you take the safety, you convert them to linebacker, you think, oh, they're going to be great in coverage. Doesn't always work out that way. But thank you, Gigi, Alexander, for the explanation there. I appreciate all the help I can get at this point, because right now I am a quarter of the man that I was 2 days ago. Let's see. Talking about the Rams, Gigi loves every pick except one. He didn't love Brennan Jackson from Washington State. And I get it. Oh, Stephen Tao is here. Stephen Tao, he is the original Sportsocracy BDD, the big damn dude. We're just down here doing stuff. Come join us here, 51 North Merriman Avenue. Hey, Stephen, your dinner choice for the evening? You going club sandwich? You vary up on me sometimes. The wings are quite nice. Okay. Pan, you know what? And I actually feel bad even complaining about being tired, considering Pan, not only did he stay up all night long watching our dumbasses in Poland. All right, here's my question, and I would really like Pan to explain this to me if at all possible. How did you explain to your employer you're coming in on zero sleep because you were listening to two hillbillies from North Carolina in Detroit at the NFL draft? I would kill to have been a fly on the wall for that explanation. Pan, what do you do? From 7 p.m. April 25th. Holy shit. From 7 p.m. on the first night of the draft to 10:48 on the 27th of April, which is right now. That's when he sent this. He has slept 0 hours. He's in the bed waiting to pass out after 5 beers and 0.7. I'm going to go that point. That's 0.7 liters. It looks like 0.71, but there's no unit measurement. That's a bad damn dude right there. That I officially don't even feel like I should be allowed to bitch. Pan, I feel like you are the actual winner of the draft, or just man, you need to go night night. Like I feel bad for you. Adam Scarborough said he's killed a fifth watching Wednesday After Dark, which I think we should make Wednesday After Dark a thing. Well, Stephen Tao said bring back the happy hour. Here's the problem. That would be our fourth hour of talking. Do you know how hard it is to talk 4 hours at a time? Tank was whining about his butt hurting after an hour. And that's after he talked for 3 hours in the morning about politics. But we're working on those things. I will say we're working on making that work someday. We may have to find Tank a more comfortable chair. I think Ron Rogers might have just had my favorite line of the weekend. Ron Rogers said we went from free weed store to free boozes at the bar in your neighborhood. Hang in there, man. I'm trying my best. I'm an old man. Maybe not in years, but certainly in miles. Ron Rogers has been an OG this weekend, too. He's been in every single chat that we've had. We greatly appreciate you for that. Pan said at work he told them he's an NFL fan, and that was his explanation, and I applaud that. Oh, let's see. Notorious B.I.G. asked my reaction to the Jordan Travis pick for the Jets. I almost cried, but I wasn't positive it was actually happening. That was where it went really sideways because I wasn't sure that was actually happening. I thought I was having a lack of sleep-induced hallucination. But I'm very happy. I love Jordan Travis. I think he's a nice culture guy. He's the third quarterback in the room. And, I mean, I'm a fan of taking a quarterback every year, late. And hope if you hit on one every 5 years, you're killing the game. So just so happened, one of my favorite Seminoles now becomes one of my favorite Jets. I'm great with that. Colin asked for a grade on the Chiefs draft from the second round. It's very high. If we're taking Xavier Worthy out of it, then that grade gets pretty high. Let me go in here and the picks are coming fast and furious. So we're going Kingsley Suamatea, Jared Wiley, Jaden Hicks, Hunter Norzad. And then you have two picks, one at the end of the sixth, one at the end of the seventh. I will say you're currently sitting on an A. I think you're sitting on an A because every player you took honestly a round later than I thought they were going to go. And I like them all to some level. Hunter Norzad started getting second round love, and that's when I was Seacrest out on that. But you got him at the end of the fifth. So that's, to me, I think you're sitting on an A, Colin. Oh, we're going instant grades. This should be fun. If I start throwing out numeric grades, somebody please stop me. Gigi said that's because Tank tortures himself with a poopy chair because he's cheap and he talks politics in the morning. And I only said that because there's a couple kids around me, so I'm trying my best to not say the wordy bird any more than I have to. Bengals grade from Roger Brinson. It's going to be pretty damn high too. I love how I said I'm trying not to swear, and then I immediately swore right after I said that. I'm getting tired, folks. Man, I'm going to go B+. I don't love all of your picks. I don't love all of your fit, but I love all of the value, which is a great time to tell you that our draft coverage is brought to you by Ingles Supermarket. Our friends at Ingles sent us to the draft, sent us to the combine, sent me to the Senior Bowl, and they are your one-stop shop for all things grocery, bakery, deli. I'm there at least 4 times a week. And when you buy your groceries, they give you fuel points, take money off your gas. It's really self-serving. It's Ingles. Low prices. Love the saving. And that, boys and girls, is growth, because that was an actual legitimate read. I learned how to do that from somebody at the draft. Oh, let's see. Pan said he would love to just sit and do fireballs and everything else and hang out. Pan, we would love that. If I could physically afford to fly you here from Poland, I don't know what that would cost. Can anybody tell me what a flight from Poland to Asheville would cost? It, it feels like it would be a lot. Maybe we start a fly Pan to Asheville fund. Maybe 10 cents of every super chat goes into a fund of flying Pan to Asheville. Where I don't know what he just asked me. It's something to the effect of, where in Poland are you, Pan? Only 1,000? It costs 600 to fly me to Detroit. Okay, that's not as unrealistic as I thought. It sounded like it's about $1,000. I feel like we could make that happen. Stephen, we flew from Atlanta to Greenville. Literally, I felt the plane rock back, and it immediately went rock back, and dive. And we had to wait an hour and 10 minutes for the flight from Atlanta to Greenville. He slept. All right, so I can say this because he's not here to defend himself. Roger, I promise I will get back to the answer to your question. They started talking about Tank's flying escapades. And at this point, if I stop thinking about anything for more than 5 seconds, I'm going to forget to go back to it. So Tank has been. Have you ever taken like a Benadryl because your sinuses are bothering you, your allergies are bothering you, and then you try to fend off the sleepy? That's been Tank since about 2 o'clock today. He literally fell asleep on the Atlanta to Greenville flight with his head on the Delta television screen on the seat in front of him. Like, so there's a little lip at the bottom, and he had his nose on it. And I could not for the life of me figure out. I mean, at least go forehead. It doesn't look even kind of comfortable. Benadryl should not be over the counter. Benadryl will put me in a drug-induced coma for 2 days. But back to the original question from Roger Brenton. Great on the Bengals. Amarius Mims is a swing. Because if he can stay an A or it could be a D, which means I'm going to go solid B. I like what you did today with Eric All, Josh Newton, and Tanner McLaughlin, and you still have 3 picks left. Sorry that answer took 14 hours for me to answer, but I got distracted. Okay. Let's see. Oh, we've got picks. We've got picks that I have not discussed yet. I'm still here, still Still doing the thing. All right, 6th round. Last pick that I did was DJ James. That was the Seattle at 192. New England. Oh my! New England Patriots at 193 take Joe Milton, who is the cannon of the NFL. Because yeah, it's got a lot of power, and he does have a howitzer arm. The only problem is that you have no idea where it's going to go. The mechanics are terrible. I did not have a draftable grade on Milton. I thought he would be a priority undrafted free agent. New England takes him here in the 6th round. It's always weird to me when teams take 2 quarterbacks in the same draft. So now you got Drake May. That scared me to death. So you got Drake May, you got Joe Milton, you got Jacoby Brissett. So you got 3 new quarterbacks in New England. Yes, Jacoby Brissett's been there before, but you've only got 1 vet in the room. It's a weird build to me. I don't love it. But I also said there's no way I'm taking a quarterback outside of Jordan Travis, outside of Michael Pratt. I guess that's the thing I'm really stuck on, is that you still have Michael Pratt out there. And you go Joe Milton. I mean, he's got a big arm. Whoop-de-doo. Joe Milton, 193 to the New England Patriots. Tanner McLaughlin, who tight end out of Arizona, caught a lot of boost late. Daniel Jeremiah, I think, had him at 52. He went at 194. There's some nice raw to him. He is a really impressive specimen. I just don't think he's I don't think he's a great football player. I saw him appear on Daniel Jeremiah's list and just laughed out loud. I don't really know what you're doing there, but he's a nice value at 194. That's between him and Eric All. I feel like you have a tight end for the long haul. 195, Pittsburgh Steelers, Ryan Watts. Big corner, big press zone corner. Fits Pittsburgh perfectly. Longest arms of any defensive back who went to the combine this year. So in terms of body type, he's very much in the wheelhouse of a Pittsburgh Steelers corner. I think he's better against the run than he is anything. But Pittsburgh can be patient with him, develop him over time, and hope that a year or 2 from now, you got a player. Los Angeles Rams, Tyler Davis, defensive tackle out of Clemson, at 196. First Clemson player to be named an All-ACC player 4 times, which is insane to me to think about, because I wouldn't put him in the top 20 of Clemson defensive players. But he is a talented player. He's a ready-to-play right-now player. I don't know that he has a whole lot of high side. I don't know that he's going to get much better. But for the Rams, you're looking for players that can come in and play. He can come in and play right now. And a high-motor guy, I like the value there at 196. Zion Logue, defensive tackle out of Georgia, projects as a 0 tech for the Atlanta Falcons. Really good against the run, does absolutely nothing against the pass. So he is your big run-stuffing, first-down nose tackle. Zion Logue, 197 to the Atlanta Falcons. Patrick McMorris, safety out of California, at 198 to the Miami Dolphins. Not a lot to him. I mean, he's stereotypical build. You can move him all around. He is a modern safety. I just don't think he's great at any of it. 198 to the Dolphins. Christian Boyd goes to the New Orleans Saints. That is phenomenal value. I think he was in top 30 visits with all 32 teams. I think every team in the league brought him in at some point. Didn't get invited to the combine, which is one of the reasons that he was so popular on the visits, because nobody got to talk to him at the combine. He is a little bit raw. the level of competition is going to be a bit of a problem. But if he can get to the point in the NFL where he gets the strength right, he gets the technique right, he gets some reps under his belt, and he could be a phenomenal value. Might be the second best 199th pick in the history of the NFL. On to number 200, Jaden Crumedy, defensive tackle out of Mississippi State. He can play practically any position on the line outside of on the edge in a four-man front. Just really versatile. I like the movement on him. I like the lateral quickness. He's going to have to get way stronger. 201 to the Indianapolis Colts, Micah Abraham out of Marshall. I have a profile on him. It's always bad when the number 2 thing that you find on a dude when you Google him is a tweet with 6 likes that says Micah Abraham's going to be the truth. Awesome. I did not have a draftable grade on him, so I cannot give you much there. What that means is that I saw a guy, I watched a handful of plays, very quickly went, that's not for me, wrote him off. Travis Glover, really raw nose tackle out of Georgia State. I was higher on him than many. Georgia State's pretty close to where we are, and I watched more of their tape for whatever reason than I should have. Travis Glover was the guy that jumped off the page. It's just he's 2 years away from being 2 years away. I'm going to use an NBA draft line. Oh, now the audio is good. Pan, the 40-year-old Polish guy, 52 hours without sleep with a total amount of 5 beers and 7/10 a liter of vodka in the last 6 hours. Warrior, champion, man among men. I've had 3 shots of Fireball, and I'm on about the same amount of sleeplessness, minus about an hour. And I'm dying. Oh, I do have a bourbon sitting in front of me, don't I? Let's move that over. Let's move that over into the Let's put that in the on deck circle. Pan, we appreciate you literally more than we could ever say. Alex S. All right, Evan Doyle, the audio cut out. What part of what I said did you miss? It's on the Bluetooth, and I had like 15 things happening at once, so I didn't see it when it cut out. If I need to repeat something, please let me know. Alex asks, did Gabriel Murphy kill someone? I have absolutely no idea. I've been looking at his name for 3 rounds going, what did you do? But I have no intel on why it's happening. I just tell you it doesn't make any sense to me either. Spencer Jansen is watching Aston Villa play. Said, my dedication is unreal. Still on it full on. Gonna have a Fireball. I'm gonna have several Fireballs, and I'm gonna have this here bourbon from Mr. Adam Scarborough. Oh, because if I stop drinking or talking, I'm gonna fall asleep. Okay. Gigi says he's excited for Tyler Davis because he can come in and play right now. Really good rotation. I'm not going to lie to you. I think the Rams have added a lot of players here. Sorry, I'm sitting here watching. I'm watching Travis Glover, who that dude moves in a way that doesn't make any sense. We have our first kicker. Ches Johnson said, at least you're not having to sit through a wedding. You, sir, are correct. Congratulations to the Starling, who should be married by now. I haven't heard a definitive on that, but I'm going to say they're married now. We have our first kicker of the day, first kicker of the weekend. Will Reichard to the Minnesota Vikings. I don't really see NFL kicker in him because he does not have a big enough leg. He's accurate. He also looks like a dude that should own an all-state insurance agency. I think the Minnesota Vikings have the most confusing draft I've ever seen. But, oh, well, that's a good point. Well, the Vikings reached on a quarterback, and then they took a kicker. That's true. Yeah. Oh, don't worry. These last 50 picks, there's going to be a lot of excuse me, who was that you just selected? I'm not familiar with that person. Rook, Rutro? Hey, that's my quarterback at Florida State. It's the replacement to my new quarterback for my New York Jets. I'm really disappointed that they didn't take Spencer Rattler for the post-Penix era. I mean, you drafted a 24-year-old quarterback to replace a 38-year-old quarterback, so you should probably have drafted a 21-year-old quarterback to replace the 24-year-old quarterback. Ponder, Christian Ponder. His wife is the studio analyst for ESPN, Samantha. She's I mean, the dogs don't like it. I know that much. Buffalo Bills 204th pick overall, Tyler Grable. I will give him this. He can do a lot of things. He played left tackle. He's played on the right side. He's kicked in at guard. He's basically done everything on the offensive line. Buffalo adds him. He was a player that when I evaluated him, I literally drew a question mark in the top right-hand corner, which is where the position usually goes, because I have no clue what position he's going to play. I don't think he is good enough to play tackle, so I feel like he's going to slide into guard, but his body frame says tackle. He was a tight end in high school. He's got the feet for a tackle, but I don't think he's strong enough. So he's a little confusing to me. But he's very multiple. Tyler Grable out of UCF to the Buffalo Bills at number 205. Houston Texans, Jawar Jordan. I got in the unholiest argument with a couple fellow draft nerds over Jawar Jordan. And let me tell you why. Because if you just watch the highlight tape of him, you would think this is a future Pro Bowler in the NFL. The problem is that you miss the in-between. He can do everything. He doesn't do everything nearly often enough, which is why you see him go here in the 6th round. Look, if you sit him behind Joe Mixon for 2 years, there's a great chance that you will come away with something. I just don't know exactly what it's going to be. I don't know if he's going to be a receiving back. I don't know if he could be a 3-down. I feel like he's best as a pass catcher in a committee, but he goes to a great spot in Houston because this is an up-and-coming offense, and they're not going to expect much from him early on. Whew. We have 15 picks left in the 6th round, and then it's time for the witching round. Number 7. We're almost there. Let's see. GG Gambling, we seem like we'll be able to get after the quarterback. Talking about the Rams. Most excited for Kitchens. The secondary immediately starts. Wouldn't be shocked if he's in talks for Defensive Rookie of the Year. I would be a little shocked by that just solely because of how immature his game is. But I do think you can put him in a position to succeed. I think the Rams have done a really good job with that defense. I mean, look, that was my big thought, was that L.A. did not have the talent on defense to compete. No, I can't say that anymore. They have a lot of talent. How it all coalesces, how you have this many young guys that are going to contribute at a high level on the defense, that's going to be tough. But if anybody can do it, it is Sean McVay. Pan, our Polish warrior, which is that is now what he will be referred to, as Pan, the Polish warrior, asked, could you call the Steelers a winner of the draft? No doubt. No doubt. I mean, look, the biggest knock I had on Pittsburgh is that you have a line that is not talented enough to deal with the fact that you have 2 middling quarterbacks, because you need to be able to run the ball to take the pressure off them. So you invested high-level draft capital to go in, add the talent that you needed to make sure that you could protect whether it was Justin Fields or Russell Wilson. And now I look at that at Pittsburgh with what they've added. Troy Fautano early, who in that system I absolutely love, because I think he's going to come in and play guard. He'll be the pull guard. You got Zach Frazier, who can be the press forward, hog molly with a bad attitude, and then you added Mason McCormick late. I do think you can call him a winner of the draft. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention you drafted Roman Wilson and Peyton Wilson. I can't tell you they're the winner. I can tell you they're a winner. I have 3 winners, 3 losers in every draft. Pittsburgh will be one of the winners. They will be a winner. I don't know if they'll be the winner. That's what I meant to say. So yes, I'm very, very high on what the Steelers did. Spencer Jansen said he bets my bed will be better than the Jets having the number 1 pick. Well, the last time we had the number 1 pick, we traded it. We drafted Keyshawn Johnson, then we bypassed on Orlando Pace to trade down for James Ferrier, who we traded a year later. So I can tell you, my bed will be better tonight than any time the Jets have had the number 1 pick. That is definitely true. Let's see. Number 206, the Cleveland Browns, nice value pick here with Buki Watson. He was the SEC leader in total tackles. There's a lot to like about him. He's just super light. 6'2", 230 pounds. I think he's going to have to bulk up. I think he needs time. This is one of those players, and we get these every year, where I feel like the media and the narrative on them gets higher than the actual prognostication on them. I feel like Buki Watson was a 4th to 5th round prospect that we started trying to sell as a 3rd round prospect, and then he fell into the 6th round. It happens every year. It's not really a problem of the kid. The kid didn't do anything wrong. And I think he goes into a perfect scenario with the Cleveland Browns. Michael Jarrell out of Finlay. He is he's guard. He's guard. and he's a guard that I'm not 100% sure why you drafted him here. I had a non-priority undrafted free agent tag on him. So, you're throwing another one at guard, and this is one that nobody's ever seen. Maybe it's Jordan Mailata. It could be that good. I saw Philadelphia do that one. Raiders at 208 take one of my favorite players in the draft, Dylan Lottie. I got to meet his parents at the Senior Bowl. His dad broke my hand, and his mother hugged me. I think he's going to come in and be a great pass catcher a year down the line. Needs to acclimate, jump in competition, comes from New Hampshire, FCS school. There is no doubt in my mind that he has a role in this league. I think this is tremendous value at 208 for the Raiders. I am curious. One of my biggest problems with the Raiders is I'm not sure who the bell cow is going to be. All right, so now I'm looking at you added Lobby. I think you're going to have a role of some kind for Brock Bowers in the running game. I look at Alexander Madison, Zamir White. Those are two more thumper backs. Dylan Lobby's the one that you really didn't have because Amir Abdullah is not good at football. So really good pick for me, to me, in Dylan Lobby, 208 to the Raiders. We're 10 picks left in round 6 before we get to the witching round. What? Jeremy hasn't taken a breath. I just went like 12 prospects in a row. No notes. Let's go. Oh, I'll take Tom Brady's money to talk. Detroit Lions just took Christian Mahogany at $249,000 because the Lions are winning this draft in their own home city. I do have to talk about the Rams took a kicker. Don't do that. You know when it's socially acceptable to take a kicker? When that kicker's Justin Tucker. Oh, wait. He didn't get drafted. Stop drafting kickers. Joshua Carty was the one kicker that I could have understood because he is accurate with a big enough leg. I didn't like Reichard because he's just completely worthless from 52 plus. Oh yeah, don't draft kickers. It's a bad idea. It gives them too much job security. Joshua Carty, kid out of Stanford, super accurate, big enough leg. I get it. I mean, look, the Rams needed a kicker. I can't tell you they didn't. I just would rather sign one than draft one. Detroit Lions, I would argue with the steal of the draft. Christian Mahogany at 210, absolute run grader. I am shocked. I'm shocked that Dan Campbell has been able to look at that kid on the board and just keep bypassing him. I'm not sure how hard he had to pound the table for Christian Mahogany for Brad Holmes to take him, because I would wager he's done it a handful of times. I love this kid. You watch Boston College tape, he just shines. It's really easy to see that he is a high-level talent. I think he'll be a great guard for the Lions. That's great value here. I have no idea why he fell this far. He's just freakishly strong. He's not a great pass blocker yet, but he is I think can be an elite run blocker. Off the rip. Okay, nope. Gotta update that. 211. Huh? Nope. Brendan Rice still on the board. Actively the best available players from Scouts Inc. You got Brendan Rice, Curtis Jacobs, linebacker out of Penn State, Cedric Johnson. Yeah. Hey, we still got talent on this board. We still got talent on this board, folks. Okay, getting to the end of round 6 here. I lost my place. Pick number 211, Kamal Hayden, cornerback out of Tennessee. I think he has a body limitation that's going to keep him from ever being more than a fourth corner. He's got small hands. He's got short arms. To me, he has to play in the slot. There's definitely talent there. I just think he's one of those players, and I always say the same way, the body's going to let you down. Kamal Hayden, cornerback out of Tennessee. Who? Yeah. He's an H-back. I like him. We got another kicker. Stop with the kickers. Kickers aren't people. We know this. Cam Little, kicker out of Arkansas. I got very little there. Jacksonville Jaguars, I had a non-priority undrafted free agent tag on him. He was the most accurate kicker in Arkansas history. And he never missed an extra point from the 2-yard line. Woo. Woo, woo, woo. Okay, getting down to the nitty-gritty. I'm going to take a break here, see the sun, make sure I'm actually still in this world. It's the 2024 NFL Draft, live from the Village Porch, 51 North Merriman Avenue. We got the Walkers here. We got Stephen Tao, Adam Scarborough, myself. We're talking all things NFL Draft. We've got just a few picks left before the 7th round and the witching round, where bad teams become good ones and good ones, but that's not true. That's where draft picks go to die. But we're going to tell you all about them, tell you the ones that could be actual contributors for your team in the 2024 NFL Draft. It is the Sportsocracy's live Day 3 coverage from the Village Porch, and it's brought to you by Ingles Supermarkets. Low prices, low prices, love the saving. You have to not hit the mute button right before you say that.
Sportsocracy.
Fires me up, man.
I love it. Say it one more time.
The Sportsocracy.
Shake and bake!
Beer City's best sports talk.
It is gross.
Just earlier.
They are mature, actually. You just have to get to know them better.
Your lunchtime dose of dumbassery. Live from the Ingles studio.
Back here at the Village Porch, Day 3 NFL Draft. We are almost there. We're almost there. Ladies and gentlemen, we are 2 picks. We're 2 picks away from the witching round. Round 7, got 2 picks left. The penultimate round, round 6 here. Live coverage of the draft from the Village Porch, 51 North Merriman Avenue. Come on down. Join us down here. I'll be here for the until my brain physically will not allow me to be here anymore. We got Adam Scarborough here, Stephen Towle, the Walkers just left. We got Luke out here slinging drinks. We got food. We got almost a packed house in here, and we got draft picks. We got a second mullet from Adam Scarborough that is quite sweet. Stephen Towle says the Nachos are not the leader in the clubhouse, but they are a contender for leader in the clubhouse. The Nachos that I have talked about many much times from here at the Village Porch. They are fantastic. The jalapeno, add the jalapeno. It's a thing. We've got a few picks that have happened since we took our little break. Jordan Whittington, 213 wide receiver out of Texas, going to the Los Angeles Rams. I don't necessarily know. He's a former running back. He's pretty good with the ball in his hand. He's just not a great route runner. He's got a lot of work to do there, but there is some sizzle there. You've seen the raw ability. He's just trying to figure out what it is he does as a football player. Way better athlete than football player, but another piece for Sean McVay to use with Matthew Stafford, Puka Nacua, and Cooper Kupp. He goes at 213. 214, Cedric Johnson, edge rusher out of Ole Miss. He is a freak athlete, but he has very little in the way of the moves, technique. Right now, he's an athlete more than he is an actual football player. Cedric Johnson to the Cincinnati Bengals with a comp pick there at 214. The San Francisco 49ers, Jared Kingston, guard out of USC, 6'4", 306. He can play guard. He can play tackle. He's one of those, I call these the Zach Toms. He's an offensive lineman. We don't even give him a position because we don't really know exactly what he's going to play. He is listed as a guard. He was announced as a guard. I like him in that San Francisco scheme. To me, he is a depth piece for the long haul. 215, Jared Kingston to the San Francisco 49ers. One of my favorite players in this draft, Ryan Flournoy, goes 216. He is a high flyer. The only drawback I have with Flournoy is that at Southeast Missouri State, he looked like a man amongst boys. I'm not sure he's going to quite be that in the NFL. I think the level of competition, I'm not sure he is as good of an athlete as he looked playing against who he was playing against, but I absolutely love this kid. I got to talk to him a couple times between the Senior Bowl and the Combine. Great kid. And really rooting for him to make the roster with the Dallas Cowboys. Hate that Bo Walker wasn't here to hear that, but I'll have to send Ryan a text later and tell him congratulations and welcome to the NFL. Ryan Flournoy, number 216 to the Dallas Cowboys. Bo Limmer. I think the Rams have picked 500 times in this round. Bo Limmer goes at 217, center out of Arkansas, 6'5", 302. BDD. He can play guard. He can play center. He is going to play somewhere on the interior line in the NFL, and he's going to do it for Sean McVay and the Los Angeles Rams, going at 217. That's a good value pick to me. We had another quarterback go. The fighting Stephen Towles at 218, Baltimore Ravens. Devin Leary started his career at NC State. There was some real belief that there was coming a time that he was going to be a a potential franchise quarterback for a team in the league. Was at NC State. That kind of ran its course. He wound up at Kentucky. He was a very highly sought transfer. Kentucky just didn't work out that well for him, but he was a name that I heard a lot in the pre-draft process, as he's going to be a better pro, in the opinion of some scouts, than he was a college quarterback. Devin Leary going at 218 to the Baltimore Ravens. I told you kick returners are at a premium with the new rules in the NFL. Daquan Hardy to the Buffalo Bills, quarterback out of Penn State. I don't necessarily think he's ever going to give you anything as a corner, but 4.38 speed. To me, the second best kick returner, punt returner in this class. If you don't think Cooper DeJean is going to return kicks at the next level, I would have him behind Aeneas Smith. I would have him number 2 among return men, and he goes at 219 to the Buffalo Bills. Like I said, not much in the way of defensive talent, but he's such a good kick returner. I think he could latch on, make the roster with the Buffalo Bills. Final pick of the 6th round, Elijah Klein, guard out of UTEP, 6'4", 319, developmental, just not a lot there for me. I didn't even have him as a priority. Undrafted free agent. I'm not even sure I had him on the list of undrafted free agents. Let me look here. I did not have him on the list of undrafted free agents. He was not in my top 500. A good amount of experience. He's a 5-year player at UTEP. Elijah Klein. He's got good footwork. There's just the feet are good. Everything else, not so much. So a serious project for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and that means, ladies and gentlemen, it is the witching round, 7th round. We kick it off at 221 with the Buffalo Bills. We have 37 picks between now and the end of our first live NFL draft. Tank and I have been in Detroit the last four days. Flew back in this morning. Little worse for the wear. Managed to not take a nap. Managed to not pass out today. Made it through all the picks. Missed a few today because our plane was a little bit late. But 20 minutes. Other than that, bell-to-bell coverage. And we covered all those picks. Right here, 2024 NFL Draft coverage is brought to you by Ingles Supermarkets. Low prices, love the savings. Big shout-out to our friend Melissa Lovell, Marketing Director of Ingles Supermarkets. None of this draft coverage would have been possible without Ingles. And I'll be honest with you, the trip to the draft was 100% Mel's idea. We went to the Senior Bowl, Mullet Senior and myself, went to the Combine, Tank and I, made a lot of connections, did a lot of things, really trying to grow the brand. And it's all because of you, the great listeners of this here program. And Mel came to me and said, we want to send you to the draft. I didn't even think they would approve us for the draft. They accredit us. A lot of new things coming in the new year. This is basically the end of our year. The draft is really the end of our year. We'll have draft grades on Monday, team by team, NFL Power Rankings on Tuesday in the Ingles studio. Tank will be in the Ingles studio. I will be in the Mullet studio, the Mullet Manor, if you will. And then we will take off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, be back the following Monday. And then the schedule gets a little different. I will not be in studio as much. You'll still see me with different backgrounds as HWA and I travel around. Have the honeymoon that we didn't get to have after the wedding. But we are committed to bringing you Beer City's best sports talk every weekday, noon Eastern time, live from the Ingles studios. Let's see. Let's look into the chat here. Yes, Alex, Monday show is going to be draft grades, off-season grades, and then Tuesday power rankings. GG Gambling, yes, drafting kicker is a waste of pick. Danny Fins fan says the Eagles are just an A+. I agree with you wholeheartedly. They have added so much talent. Travis Clayton. We have an international pathway player, guard Travis Clayton from England, 6'7", 301. This kid is a freak athlete. The only thing, the international pathway program it's a really interesting thing. You've had Jordan Mailata was an international pathway player. He's the real success story. You get guys that come into this program, they're way more athletes than they are anything else. Clayton was a rugby player, which they're showing on ESPN right now. Of his time, that is correct. It's better than the hockey player we showed cross-checking people last night. Travis Clayton goes 221 to the Buffalo Bills. Be interesting to see if he could be the next success story. Marcius Park, there, Detroit, looking a little more scant than when we left it last night. Again, another big ups to Detroit. Did a great job of hosting the draft this weekend. So many fans. Detroit Lion fans came up to us, thanked us for coming to the draft, and we thank you, the city of Detroit, the fans of the Detroit Lions, the NFL, and all those involved for a great week at the 2024 NFL Draft. Brought to you by Budweiser. Brought to you by Bud Light, excuse me, which is Budweiser. It's just the light version. But here we are, 36 picks left in the final round. Buffalo Bills taking Travis Clayton with the first pick in the 7th round. Looking at players still available, Brendan Rice. I am dumbfounded that he hasn't been taken. I didn't love him. I thought I was lower on him than anybody else could possibly be. And here we are at picks. We're in the 220s. Brendan Rice is still on the board. It's always sad to see the guys that get to this point, because at this point it would be better if you're just not drafted. You know, you can pick your spots. You can find a spot where you can actually make the roster, get into an all-season program, work on the playbook, and do your best to secure a spot on the roster. But it is the dream of every football player to hear their name called on that stage, whether it's in Detroit, next year in Green Bay. And we are committed to being in Green Bay next year for the 2025 NFL Draft. And next year we'll go, next year, that's one thing I learned over the course of this process. You got to take the swing at it. You know, we didn't know anything. Mullet Senior and I went to the Senior Bowl knowing nothing. Tank and I went to the Combine knowing nothing of how this went. Tank and I went to the draft this week knowing nothing of how this process goes and what day to show up, and even dumb things that you don't even think about, like what kind of clothes do you bring? You know, do you need to check a bag? We learned all that this year, and we appreciate all of you for putting up with the growing pains going through this. Got to meet Mel Kiper, the godfather of the NFL Draft. Stood right outside that stage right there. Looked at that weird Buccaneer thing. Tank kept telling me he wanted that on a pendant, and he got it. So I'm hoping he'll hang up in our studio moving forward. But other players that I'm looking at that are still available, Curtis Jacobs, linebacker out of Penn State, shocked he's still on board. Just a gamer. You know, he's undersized, don't get me wrong. Every player that you're going to see on the board here has a bud. Yaheem Bell, H-back out of Florida State. I can't believe he's still on board. That would be a priority call for me if I were an NFL team. Miles Cole, height, weight, speed monster out of Texas Tech. Gabriel Murphy, really established pass rusher out of UCLA. Bo Braid, safety out of Maryland. Leonard Taylor III, guy we were talking about in the first round, coming into this season. Has a rough year at Miami, and now in the 7th round, we're waiting to hear, is his name even called? Michael Pratt, a guy that we talked about a lot in the pre-draft process as a quarterback that could hear his name called as early as night 2. And we're here End of day 3. Just hoping to hear his name called. 222 Washington Commanders, Javonte Jean-Baptiste. This dude is what haunts your nightmares. Big, scary dude, big, mean man, big, damn dude. But he was an Ohio State transfer into Notre Dame. Really, really strong. Technique is grossly lacking at times. He's a bit of a developmental project. I love the fit with Washington. I think they have the time to work with him, try to get the most out of him. This is a guy that a lot of teams seem to have an interest in over the course of the process. Just really, really strong. Got to find a way to house the strength, house the power, and turn him into a football player as opposed to just a big, strong. I mean, man. Looking to the chat. Spencer Jansen talking about kickers. He was all for Cade York a few years ago. Know how that ended. But he is, strangely enough, back with Cleveland Browns. Gigi Gambling, did Brandon Rice tell people to falafel off in interviews? How did you pick Whittington over him? Honestly confused. There's something up with Brandon Rice. I don't know what it is. Look, I said if his last name was Smith, we wouldn't have been talking about him the way we were, but even I was not this low. Stephen Towle wanted him 2 rounds ago. At this point, we should just treat Jeremy as though this is going to be Mad Libs for the last 7 rounds, for the last 36 picks. So if I say a word that doesn't fit, just take whatever word would make it work, and you throw that word in there. Oh, Mr. Irrelevant. Who has my Jets have the pick. My Jets have the pick. I have a thought. Spencer Rattler's already gone. Let's see. I have a guy in mind that I know the Jets really like. Brock Purdy. He will not be better than Brock Purdy. I feel very sure of that. If Javonte Jean-Baptiste had been on the board, I would have felt pretty sure that's where the Jets would have gone. There we go. Well, I mean, the Chargers, I don't know that they actually fixed their problem at receiver, but they did take a bunch of them. Let's see. So the Chargers took Ladd McConkey, Brendan Rice, and then got Kamani Vidal to play running back. Brendan Rice going here at 225. I think it's 225. 225 in the 7th round. I'm dumbfounded that he's still here. This is Jerry Rice's son. I know there were teams that liked him. Something, I believe, has occurred in the process that has gotten us to this point. I just don't know what that thing is. I'm genuinely lost as to what that thing is. He was a good deep ball threat at USC and is taken here in the 7th round, 225 to the Los Angeles Chargers. 2 picks in between the Washington selection and 225 with Brandon Rice. Trey Taylor, safety out of Air Force, goes to the Las Vegas Raiders. He is a box safety, little guy, plays with a lot of heart, a lot of effort, real high motor guy. I do fear in the NFL he is going to be a little undersized, but blitzing is something that he is really, really, really good at. So an interesting blitz piece for the Las Vegas Raiders. And then Dejon Anthony, safety out of Ole Miss, 6 foot 195. He is also undersized. He plays that Chauncey Gardner-Johnson role where he plays in the slot, he plays safety, he roams around. He has really long arms. Got the intangibles. Not sure that he has the body. Those are guys that I say will be let down by their body. 224, Dejon Anthony, safety out of Ole Miss. Okay, let's see. I had a lot of talk about Brennan Rice, Spencer Jansen. So he's waiting for Dylan Lobby as the next Browns pick. He has gone. He has gone. Kelvin Joyner asked, what does it take to go to the Mr. Irrelevant party, and is it a good party? But I don't personally know. Depending on who it is. If it's if it's somebody I know and they go to the Jets, maybe they'll invite me. I'm going into the darkness, so that's I got some time on my hands. If they want to invite me to Paradise to party it up with their the fact Keaton Slovis is on Mel Kiper's best available. I'm not sure Keaton Slovis is the seventh best Slovis available in this draft. Which one? I would say he goes at some point before this is all said and done, unless he's specific. They were asking about Javion Cohen. Unless he's specifically telling teams not to draft him. This is the point where you could get guys whose agents are just straight up telling teams, don't draft me. Like, I want to pick my own team. We've waited this long. I'll find a place that works for me more than a place finding a me that works for them. Chiefs Nation UK said, so the Chargers must not be planning on passing the ball. Well, they drafted 2 receivers, just 2 receivers that I don't think the industry liked nearly as much. That's true. That's true. John Seagrove, which of the centers is the best fit with the 49ers, and are they likely to be available by the time the 49ers pick? Somebody sent me a text message. Let's see what it says. Sorry about that. Had to see what that was. Center for the San Francisco 49ers. Let me see if there's anybody they've been connected to. They talked to a lot of tackles in the process, which is somewhat bizarre to me. In terms of which one would fit them the best? Nope. No. I'm going to say Drake Nugent out of Michigan. I'm not really sure how he's still on the board. He is an older prospect, don't get me wrong, but he has a lot of starting experience and really can. I think he could be a starter in this league, and he's still on the board. So, John Seagrove, that would be my answer. Probably Drake Nugent if you were looking for a center here. Or somebody that I've never personally heard of that the 49ers will turn into an all-pro. because they just love finding dudes out of some school that I've never heard of that is both directional and hard to figure out. Not my flavor, but Mike Baker asked, who are some of the best undrafted free agent guys? Once the draft is over, I'll go over the what's left, and we'll put a bow on this bad boy. All right, number 226, Jaden Davis, cornerback out of Miami. Oklahoma transfer, came to Miami, played for a year. He runs well, but he's another smaller corner. And that's where you get. You get to this point of the draft, especially with corners and especially with wide receivers. There's either a body frame issue, there's a speed issue. Howie Schwab, T's and P's, didn't know that Howie Schwab passed away. Stump the Schwab. That was without a doubt one of the great shows that ESPN ever did. Well, that makes me feel like we should do our own. I don't know what you would call it, but out of respect to Howie Schwab, you just keep up the UFC 300 was good to me. Oh, not cousin Colin Green said, Jeremy, give me a reason why I shouldn't be crashing out over Bub Means. You mean that? Are you asking me to make you not be disappointed by that pick? Because I don't think you should be disappointed by that pick. Look, the NFL is, beyond a shadow of a doubt, it's an imitation league. Bub Means has that Debo Samuel type of, yak ability. He's got that body build, basketball player build. That, I think you get the ball in his hand, you just see what he can do. He's not a great route runner right now. He's not going to. His body profile's not great, but look where you took him. You took him in the 5th round. And now, if you're upset that they didn't take a receiver earlier, that I can understand. But in terms of taking one where you did, that I think is the best you were going to do. So, I would not be upset with Bub Means at all. Kid started at Tennessee, never really developed as a route runner the way that you would want him to, but he is very impactful with the ball in his hand. And if I'm New Orleans, I'm looking around, don't have. I've got Chris Olave, I've got Rashid Shaheed, which are my 2 over-the-top guys. I need somebody that I can get the ball to that way, and so that would be if I'm answering the question that I think I'm answering, that would be my answer. Is that and you've still got who's the other receiver? I'm blanking here. I can tell I'm getting tired, and by getting tired, I mean physically running out of enough energy to load this shit up and put it in this suitcase right here. Nope, not who I was thinking of. I swear they had another receiver. But you got A.T. Perry, who I think will run as probably the 3. Cedric Wilson, who I think will run interchangeably with Rashid Shaheed, and Bub Means. That's 5. Equinemius St. Brown makes 6. Kelvin Joyner said we should call our Stump the Schwab show Break the Tank. Now, if we're doing baseball trivia, he can mess you up. Tank's better at trivia than people think. I mean, we're talking careers, or are we talking a skill level? I'd take McCarthy, but productivity, I'd take Rich Gannon right now, not having ever seen a play from J.J. McCarthy. Adam Scarborough asked, would I take Rich Gannon or J.J. McCarthy? On talent, I'll take McCarthy. On just skill level. Career, I'll take Rich Gannon. I mean, Rich Gannon won an MVP. Nick Samick. Oh, we had 2 picks. We had 3 picks. What's happening right now? Miles Harden, cornerback out of South Dakota, goes to the Cleveland Browns, 5'11", 195. I kind of liked this kid. Pretty good against the run. A lot of raw ability. Big thing with him, South Dakota. The jump in competition here is going to be significant for Miles Harden. I would say that's a guy that you're looking at just put in bubble wrap for a year, or hope to unpack him in a year or two, and see if you've got if the skills translate to the NFL level. Nick Samick out of Michigan State, center, goes to the Baltimore Ravens. Baltimore just really loves taking centers. They like taking centers that they plan on playing at guard. Really good. He's more of a zone type blocker. Steven's very upset that Marshall Yonda was not on the list of great draft picks of the Ravens. And I'm not going to lie, I think you should be. Pick number 229, MJ Devonshire. Very fast corner, really light. Out of Pittsburgh, going to the Raiders. He was another guy that played receiver, converted his freshman year at Pittsburgh. I think it was Pittsburgh. Pretty sure it was Pittsburgh. Let's go Pittsburgh. Still doesn't necessarily have the corner technique down super raw, but that's what you're getting here. Or players that have fallen for yet to be disclosed reasons. But the Raiders take MJ Devonshire, 229 overall. Looking at the board, ladies and gentlemen, we're down to 28 picks left in the 2024 NFL Draft. There are only 28 picks. That is, if we did them in sets of 4, we would only have 7 sets left. If we did them in sets of 7, we'd only have 4 left. I'm not going to lie to you. I love the NFL Draft. I think this is the most engaged I have been on day 3. But it also might be because I'm delusional and I don't even really know that I'm talking. See if we've got anything in the chat. No new questions in the chat. We have been going. I'll take another one of those. Yes, sir. Luke, gentleman, and a scholar. Bringing me a cold beer. We have been going for 5 hours, 47 minutes, and 20 seconds on day 3, running on no sleep. I am not looking for a pat on the head, but I am impressed with myself because I was pretty sure that I would have tapped out after the 5th round, and I didn't because I'm here for you. Oh, Luke, just as solid as they come. You get down here, 51 North Merriman Avenue, the Village Porch, see my buddy Luke. Good. Houston Texans fan. He'll talk to you about Joe Mixon. He'll talk to you about C.J. Stroud. #51 North Merriman Avenue, the Village Porch, the official football watching home of the Sportsocracy. This year, our lives like this we will be doing from here on Sundays So we will have a stream of conscious Jeremy Tank Red Zone on Sundays that you can come join in live, like Stephen Tao and Adam Scarborough are doing right now. Do it. Yes. Vic Shelton asked if we would have the show at the Village Porch this summer. I know we will do some fantasy football things here, and then we will have Sundays here. We will do the fantasy show an hour earlier this year, so we will be 10 a.m. as opposed to 11 to 1, and we'll go 10 to 12, and then we will come down here, set up a mobile setup, have a kind of a streaming camera like we're doing right now, and that'll be live from here at the Village Porch. Jekyll in the YouTube chat. Oh, sorry, I thought that guy was getting ready to ask me a question. He walks up like he wanted to discuss the world with me. Jaden Crumity, Jekyll wanted to ask me how I felt about that. I mean, look, you get into the sixth round. The question is, do you see a path that this particular pick could be a winner down the line? You took a guy at 204 that Scouts Inc. had at 204. You took a guy at 200 that Scouts Inc. had at 204. So it lines up. Now the question is fit. He is very versatile. I feel like he can play damn near anywhere on the line. So now you get into beauties in the eye of the beholder. Where do Ajira Avero and the Panthers coaching staff value him to go in? He's a bit of a tweener for me, so I'm not really sure where exactly they're going to play him, but I know that there are not many guys that are that size that can move like that. So I think there's a raw ball of play there that you could turn into a player. I just don't think he's there yet. Let's see. Bill Booty Cheeks asked, what happened to Gabe Hall? The big thing is that Gabe Hall doesn't have a position because I feel like he has to play outside in a 4-3, but he's so big at 6'6", 290 that you get into this, where does he play? Now, you talk about a guy, you were asking me about undrafted free agents. You talk about a guy that would be really sought after. He would be really sought after. Oh, Stephen Tao. Indeed. Cooper DeJean. Cooper DeJean. All righty then. Had a couple picks here. Michael Juergens, center out of Wake Forest. Some nice agility. Young center going to the Minnesota Vikings at number 230. One of my guys, Florida State's Jaheim Bell. He's a tight end. He's an H-back. He's a dude that just catches passes. He's super athletic. He's not big enough necessarily to be New England Patriots. He's not necessarily big enough to be an inline tight end. H-back is not necessarily a full-time position in the NFL at this point. But I think you can move him around. You can do enough things with him that's a really solid pick for New England at 231. got great speed. He's got great hands. Came from South Carolina. Had a really productive year at Florida State. Can beat you over the top. Can run the dig underneath. Hyper athletic. I love that pick for New England. He's a guy I just want to get the ball in his hands. However, I have to do it. And he actually can block well enough to say it's a positive. 232 overall. Levi Drake Rodriguez, Texas A&M Commerce, 6'1", 269. I'll bet you can tell me the problem with him. The defensive tackle that's 6'1", 269 pounds. We had a linebacker go in this class that was only a few pounds lighter than that. So he's just really little. But could he possibly turn into a disruptive interior presence in a four-man front? It's possible. Where Minnesota thinks they're going to play him in a 3-4, I'm not so sure. But interesting pick for Minnesota there at 232. Nathan Thomas, giganimous offensive tackle. Really athletic offensive tackle out of Louisiana. Goes to the Dallas Cowboys at 233. He's one of those linemen that once he gets downhill, there's really not much you can do with him. The problem is that he doesn't get downhill, which is why he is available here. Kind of almost played a swing tackle role at Louisiana. Played on the left, played on the right. He just did stuff. And now he's a Dallas Cowboy. All right. Javon Speed Sim says he loves Gabe Hall. I like him too. I'm shocked he hasn't gone yet. Bradley Presley says last pick for the Colts, and he's out. Appreciate y'all's coverage. Can't wait till Monday to hear the draft grade. We will have all of your NFL draft grades on Monday in the Sportsocracy, noon Eastern time. Same back time, same back channel. Closing in on 6 hours of day 3 Draftmas coverage. I have almost worked a shift here at the Village Porch doing Draftmas coverage. But that pick for the Indianapolis Colts that he was referring to is Jonah Laulu. He is a defensive lineman out of Oklahoma. Body frame is good. There's just absolutely no production whatsoever. He is a total projection. Needs to get stronger. Needs to really hone in the technique. He is a raw ball of athletic clay for the Indianapolis Colts. Jonah Laulu at 234. The Indianapolis Colts. Devon Vale, wide receiver out of Utah, 6'4", walk-on kid, big body. Not a real good hands catcher of the football. Lets a lot of passes get into his body, which leads to some drops, which is why he gets off the board here to the Denver Broncos at 235. Miles Cole, 236, the Jacksonville Jaguars, edge out of Texas Tech. He is a big, scary monster who is 6'6", 250 pounds. Problem is that he doesn't play like he's 6'6", 280. He plays like he's 6'2", about 220. So if you could, the hope here for Jacksonville is that they can get the most out of him. I think they might stand him up. That had been discussed over the process. Didn't think he would last until 236, but he did. 16th pick of the final round to the Jacksonville Jaguars. 17, Cincinnati Bengals, Matt Lee. Center out of Miami, who's the highest rated center left on the board. Tons of experience. 4-year starter at Miami. Just don't really think he's going to get any better. Limited physically. I mean, size is fine. Height is fine. Really gets by on intelligence and grit, but is lacking in physical stature and in physical talent. Matt Lee, 237 of the Cincinnati Bengals. We are inside of 20 picks. 20 picks. 3 of them from the Houston Texans. I feel like the Rams still have 9 picks left. They don't. It's just 1. Hometown team, Carolina Panthers, still have 1 left. And it's all building up to Mr. Irrelevant. The player you've all been waiting for the better part of the last round and a half. The polite pirate in our YouTube chat. That's customer service, folks. Our bartender hopped into the YouTube chat to ask me if I needed another beer. That is service with a smile. That is service with a smile. That's what you get here at the Village Porch. They really do. That's looking out. That's Luke just going above and beyond to make sure that the draft nerd is libated through the last 20 picks of the 2024 NFL Draft. Brought to you by Ingles Markets. Low prices, love the savings. Yes. Stephen Tao. Now we're having a full-on bar chat in the YouTube comments. You're gonna fall asleep? Is that what you did? You? Let's go. For me, the last 20 picks here, and we've had 2 of them as I've been talking. We're gonna get these. We're gonna get these done. Jeremy's gonna have a couple beverages. 257. 257. We're going fast and furious now. We're going to do these last 20 picks. Jeremy's going to come out, have a couple beers, and the objective, the goal, if you will, is for me to be asleep before the sun goes down. Because if I fall asleep before the sun goes down and I sleep until after the sun comes up, I might be back to copacetic for my lazy day tomorrow. Which precedes the summer of Jeremy, which I'm greatly looking forward to. Pick number 238, Houston Texans, Solomon Byrd. 6'3", 255 edge rusher out of USC. Big, pure effort motor guy. Not a lot there in terms of talent. He is your stereotypical, he works real hard. The only problem is he is not real good. But he is your newest Houston Texan at 238. Offensive tackle Josiah Ezram out of Eastern Kentucky. He is a MF in house. 6'6", 330, super raw. Super raw. Out of Eastern Kentucky. I did have a priority undrafted free agent grade on him. I'm not even really 100% sure he knows how to play. I'm not even sure we know what he is at this point other than a B, D, D. And he's a New Orleans Saint. Carolina Panthers, Michael Barrett. I actually really like Michael Barrett. I just wish he was about 3 inches taller. Most games played ever in the history of the Michigan football program, which is saying a lot. The problem is that his body lets him down because he's so short. And I think he's going to get washed out with the bathwater in the NFL. Michael Barrett, linebacker out of Michigan, to the Carolina Panthers with pick number 240. 17 picks to go in your 2024 NFL Draft coverage. Javon Speed Sims asked where is Tank. He is at a wedding. So it was Jeremy all by his lonesome today. David Bingston Arendt asked what my favorite gift for Draftmas was. It's Malachi Corley. Very, very happy with the Jets' ability to go get him. Malachi Corley, no matter what. I think the Jets did a great job. I absolutely love the haul of players that the Jets got. Wish they had found a way to get Johnny Wilson, but you never want to be unhappy with your Draftmas haul. Ola Fashanu, I think future left tackle. Malachi Corley, the Yak God. And yes, that is his nickname, the Yak God. Braylon Allen, who was one of my favorite running backs in this class, just a horse. A lot of tread left on the tires. Jordan Travis, one of my favorite all-time Florida State Seminoles. Headed to my New York Jets in the 5th round, Isaiah Davis, one of the leading FCS ball carriers out of South Dakota State in the 5th round, and then Quantez Stiggers, the Defensive Rookie of the Year out of the CFL. Kelvin Joyner asked whose draft class could have the biggest impact year one, a la the Houston Texans from last year. Biggest impact on winning or biggest impact in general? Because I would say biggest impact in general would be the Arizona Cardinals, because they had so many players that are going to play a very large role. Biggest impact on winning? I feel like that has to be Chicago. Chicago's very high there with Caleb Williams and Roma Dunze. If I had the Defensive Rookie of the Year, Offensive Rookie of the Year, I would go Caleb Williams. Would really have to go sideways for him to not win it. Defensive Rookie of the Year. That one's a little harder. Leatu Latu would be mine, or Quinion Mitchell. I'm just not sure Mitchell's going to play enough snaps. Okay, 241. Miami Dolphins, Taj Washington, wide receiver out of USC. Apparently, Miami just wants every small, fast receiver in the NFL. And, I mean, he's another one that I like. I guess I'm just looking at Miami going, do you have anybody that can catch passes in the red zone? You got Malik Washington, Taj Washington, Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill. That is a lot of little teeny tiny receivers. To 241. 242, James Williams, linebacker out of Miami. He played safety for the U. Will play linebacker allegedly in the NFL. That's where he worked out at the Senior Bowl. That's where he worked out at the Combine. 6'4", 230 pounds. Not fast enough in the NFL to play safety. Hopefully he can acclimate to linebacker and be a plus coverage linebacker for the Tennessee Titans. We got 15 picks left. Boys, we're officially to the point that the remaining picks all fit on one screen. I do not have to scroll the mouse again. And I'm very excited by that. Okay, 243 Cincinnati Bengals. Defensive tackle Jawan Briggs out of Cincinnati. Oh, we got a hockey game going up there. I thought they were changing my draft channel. I was about to be like, I have made it too far for this to be changed now. Jawan Briggs, defensive tackle, headed to the Cleveland Browns. He's one of those team captain players, really experienced, but he has short arms. He is a shorter guy, has a very squatty set, and just really doesn't have – he doesn't really have the body build to play the way he tries to play. But I think in time he could be a serviceable rotation piece. Jawan Briggs to the Cleveland Browns. That's pick 243. 244, Justin Rogers. He's a BDD. One of the few true potential nose tackles in this class. He's just really raw. I mean, you see pass rush ability, you just don't see it consistently. And that's one of the reasons I think he needs to be putting mothballs behind Mozzie Smith and whoever else Dallas feels is going to be part of the rotation this year. Justin Rogers, redshirt year, get him acclimated, get the body right because he is a little doughy. And see what you have a year from now. Green Bay Packers. The Green Bay Packers select Michael Pratt, quarterback out of Tulane. He does go. That's a very Green Bay Packer type selection. I had him as my number 7 quarterback in the class behind the top 6, and I had him pretty close to Bo Nix. Hey, if it makes you feel any better, you got my number 7 quarterback, who was at 112 overall for me at pick number 245. The Denver Broncos got my number 89 overall prospect and my number 6 quarterback at 12. Yeah. He is a long-time backup quarterback in this league. Look, I think Michael Pratt could start games in this league and be fine. I don't think he's going to be anybody's franchise quarterback anytime soon, but he's really smart. He's really smart. He's got a nice moxie for the game, got the very experienced leader. It does help to have a backup quarterback. Twelve picks left in the 2024 NFL Draft. We're live here at the Village Porch, and by we, I mean me. Me, Stephen Towle, Adam Scarborough. We are live at the Village Porch, 51 North Merriman Avenue, having a couple beverages while we wrap up the coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft, brought to you by Ingles Markets. Low prices, love the saving. Oh, I feel like the Fleece Johnson I'm a Warrior award should go to either Pan or myself. Oh, we could split it. The only problem is that we'd actually have to split the trophy in half. Send half to Poland and let me keep half here. Are we going 2025 mock draft right now? I'll do a top 10. Oh, who would be my number 1 next year? The Denver Broncos. No, New Orleans not that. No, my number 1 next year would be Denver. Oh, if I had to do this right now, I would say Denver would pick 1. It would be Quinn Ewers, quarterback out of Texas. Bo Nix is going to be a disaster. Like, I'm just telling you, he's going to be an abject disaster. Well, they shouldn't have taken him in the first place. Speed Sim says a 2025 mock is just demonic. I would say if I were a bet man right now, I would say it's Quinn Ewers 1 to the Denver Broncos, Carson Beck at 2 to the New York Giants. I will go Harold Perkins at 3 to the. I can, because none of them are good enough to be just runaway favorites, so it's hard for anybody to lose. Did we have any 25 first-rounders traded this year? Look at us. Look at us. Every team in the NFL has their first-round pick next year. Let's go. Let's go. Every NFL team has their first-round draft pick next year. Let's go. That's that. You know what? That's putting in work. Not trading away picks to be boo-boo kitty. I mean, the players that I'm looking at, Travis Hunter's going to be up there pretty high. Quinn Ewers, Harold Perkins, Will Campbell, probably going to be up there pretty high. He's an offensive tackle out of LSU. Quarterbacks, you're looking at Ewers, Shedeur Sanders, Drew Aller. That's the 3 that I can see right now. Cam Ward's going to be an older guy. I could maybe see him in the first round, but I got to look real close. I did. You got Bo Collins and Mason Graham. That would probably be my top 10. Back Satisfied Browns fan asked if any word on Kalen DeLoach. If he's not drafted, he will be real popular in the undrafted free agent market. Vincent Collier, somebody put an ancient curse on Kalen King at the Senior Bowl. That happened. His name was Marvin Harrison Jr. It happened from the time they saw each other, and it only got worse. Pennywise asked, is next year's defensive class any more dumpster fire than this year's? No, it's much better. As of right now. Now that could change. New England's probably the team that would wind up with Harold Perkins, too, by the way. Kelvin Joyner said the 2025 Broncos select Shedeur Sanders to go with his dad, Coach Prime. That would be gross. Tampa Bay Buccaneers tight end Devin Culp at 246. I like that pick a lot. Devin Culp was the fastest tight end of the combine, sub 4.540. Could be a real big seam stretcher at tight end. Really good receiver, just couldn't block me. So nice pick there from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 246. 247, Marcus Harris, 6'2", 286, defensive tackle out of Auburn. He's just too small. He's got real legitimate pass rush ability. I think he plays 3-4 defensive end at the next level. Unfortunately, Houston doesn't play 3-4, so we will see where they play him. I would say in line as a second defensive tackle. C.J. Hansen, guard out of Holy Cross. I had an undrafted free agent grade on him. He goes to Kansas City at 248. Ooh, wrong button. I hit the wrong button. Oh, 248. Nope, that's the wrong way up there. Listen here, ESPN. We're going forward, not backwards here. Ladarius Henderson, 249 to the Houston Texans. He's a big old offensive tackle with a lot of experience. Played a lot all up and down the line. I don't know that he'll ever be more than a nice quality backup, but adds another offensive line piece to the Houston Texans, and we've got just 8 picks left. Baltimore Ravens with the first one, San Francisco 49ers, Tennessee Titans, Los Angeles Chargers, LA Rams, Green Bay Packers, Denver Broncos, and the New York Jets. No team has more than one selection left in the 2024 annual selection meeting. Eating Sleep Football said Kalen King's being held hostage. Yes, by Marvin Harrison. He stole his cookies, and he is not giving them back. Oh, this is as good a time as ever to wax poetic about you, the listeners of this here program. Adam Scarborough, Stephen Tao, sitting here with me. Enjoyed the fraternization, friends. We'll enjoy more when I can turn this camera off and actually enjoy booze that will lead to me going immediately upstairs and going to sleep for the first time in 2 days. If you had, I told Tank that I was going to give the Morgan Freeman diatribe at the end of the show. If you had told me when we started this procedure that we would be at the 2024 NFL draft, you can turn it up on your phone. If you had told me years ago that that's where we'd be, I would have said that you were out of your mind. But here we are, just years down the line, enjoying the draft, enjoying the scotch. And it's all thanks to you. I thank you, the great listeners of this program, for all the things, all the dreams that you have allowed to come true, including this one. This has been one of the high watermark weeks of my professional life. I will never forget this, my first NFL draft, up close and personal, seeing seeing Mel Kiper running into Kofi Kingston on an elevator, a weird bathroom scenario with the guys from the Sirius XM NFL Radio. Way more stories that I can't tell at this very moment because I'm in public, and it was a crazy 4 days. Meeting Barry Sanders, just all kinds of things that I'll never forget, and it would not have been possible without you guys. And I thank you. Tank thanks you. Our families thank you, and we also thank Ingles Supermarkets. This would not have been possible without them. They walked to us and said, you have earned this, you deserve this, and we're going to send you to this. And they did it without blinking. Melissa and her entire team at Ingles, we can't thank you enough. And this is only the beginning. We're just 4 years into this, and I guarantee you that there were not many people around Radio Row that were as young into this as Tank and I are. And we can't wait to see what's next. If you told me a year ago we'd be at the draft, I'd have said you were smoking crack. If you'd have told me we'd be at the draft the year we had the drunk guy on the couch, I would have said you were smoking crack. Over here. Oh, we got one of these. Eric Miller. Thank you, Jeremy and Tank. Y'all are doing big things with lots more to come. Glad to be along for the ride. We couldn't do it without you, Eric Miller, and we appreciate those kind words. We appreciate that super chat. We have just obliterated last year's coverage, and that's a year later. It's been sitting on YouTube for a year, so I don't actually have a way to see what it did live. Glenn F. said, thanks for the coverage. Been a great listen. Jekyll, just in case I can't get back before you sign off, thanks for all the updates. It's been a fun 3 days. It has been an amazing 3 days for us that we will never forget. 2 more picks have been made. Sanosi Kane. Stephen Tao, your Baltimore Ravens just accomplished something that only one other team in this draft had done. You drafted a player that I don't know who they are. I have actually never heard of Sanosi Kane. It's true. Tatum Bethune at 251 to the San Francisco 49ers, linebacker out of Florida State. He's just really, really tough, hard-nosed linebacker. I actually like the fit for him with the San Francisco 49ers. I think that's almost a perfect spot. Really good chase linebacker. Really good in pursuit. Sad to see him go from Florida State. He's been a great Seminole for Mike Norvell. Oh. Come on, Chargers. I need your pick to be in. I need to be in faster. Oh. John Seagrove said, Merry Draftmas, one and all from the UK. Can't wait to see what our Draftmas coverage looks like next year. Hey, maybe next year we'll just get a retired player to be our third. Anybody have any requests? I walked right by Calvin Johnson. He didn't look like he was doing anything. So. I said he looked like. Are we playing Garth Brooks right now at the draft? Javon Speed Sims, I will get back to you on Twitter, ASAP. We can make something work, my friend. We're here to try to make wings take dream. That's the goal. Okay, we have 2 more picks. Jalen Harrell, edge out of Michigan. I like that pick a lot at this point by the Tennessee Titans. Adam Scarborough just said his favorite band of all time is Fish. And that hurt my soul. Jalen Harrell, I think he winds up as a 3-4 outside linebacker with the Tennessee Titans. Edge rusher. Holds up decently well against the run. Actually projects to potentially be a 3-down player down the line. Just going to have to get some reps and figure out exactly what he's going to be. I like him standing up because he is a decent coverage guy. Cornelius Johnson, that was at 252 to the Titans. 253, Cornelius Johnson, also out of Michigan. Raking in Michigan players. 3 of the last 10. Currently 3 of the last 5 Michigan players. We will have 3 of the last 9 picks in the draft went to Michigan. Chargers with another receiver. Big dude. Cornelius Johnson. Doesn't have the... He ran well at the combine, but I don't necessarily think that's where he projects in the NFL. I think he's more of a point of... He's going to have to work on point of the catch, because I'm just not sure he can separate outside of in a straight line. But that's a nice value pick for the Chargers at 253. I thought he would go 2 rounds ago. So solid there. KT Leviston, guard out of Kansas State, goes at 254 to the Rams, and we're down to the final 3. We got 3 picks left in this bad boy. Javon Sims said he's in Baltimore. I don't know how far Baltimore is from here. It has. I think I've been to Baltimore. You travel enough, it all kind of blends together. I'll forget I went to Detroit. If it wasn't for the draft, I would forget I just went to Detroit. Oh, KT Leviston, guard out of Kansas State. He's a big dude. He would have been a higher pick a year ago. Just didn't necessarily have as good of a final year as you expect. He's a real powerful guy. I'm just not sure that he's one of those you got to be careful. He'll eat his way out of the league because he is large. Kalen King gets his name called. It's late. It's the next to the last pick. Next to the last pick. Green Bay here at 255, 5'11", 190. Look, he would have been a first-round pick. If this draft had been done a year ahead of time, Kalen King would have been a first-round pick last year. And if Marvin Harrison ate his lunchbox, and it wrecked his soul. And now here we are. So, I mean, I think that's a really high upside flyer for the Green Bay Packers. Just a guy that, you know, he has the talent. You just have to get the confidence back up, really work on the scheme, make sure you get him in the right. Make sure you get the right scheme fit for him, get him in the right position, and see if you can bring that talent out, and you'll have an absolute home run pick. At 255 in the 2024 NFL Draft. 2 picks to go. We got the Denver Broncos and then the New York Jets, and we will be done. We will be done. Mercifully. Every year by the time we get to this point, I'm like, oh, thank God. It's finally done. Broncos pick is in. Let's see who this selection is for the Denver Broncos. Keith Randolph, another player that hasn't been drafted. Oh. Denver Broncos, penultimate selection here, 256. Nick Gargiulo, center out of South Carolina, and we have gotten to the final pick. Very experienced center out of South Carolina to the Denver Broncos. Depth piece. The hope is that the fundamentals carry over and you can get over the physical limitations that he has. But very experienced player. Nice depth piece there for Denver. And we've gotten to the end. My New York Jets with that sweet, sweet-ass throwback logo. That is now their logo at all times. We're in this bitch. Let's see who, and I feel like they're rushing the, I feel like they're rushing the Mr. Irrelevant committee out there because I just saw the clock stop. The pick is in. The clock stopped, so the pick is in. Oh. Oh. Whoo, boy. Doing the math in my head. We are on 6 hours and 40 minutes on the final day. We were 9 hours yesterday. That's 15:40. Almost 30 hours of live stream coverage from the 2024 NFL Draft. And we're to the last pick, the New York Jets. It is in. We will see who it is. I will take a stab at it. I mean, I'm trying to decide if I want to just go, who is it that I want? Who do I want it to be? Because if we're taking the player I want it to be, it's probably Leonard Taylor. Leonard Taylor or Fabian Lovett. Curtis Jacobs. It's Mr. Irrelevant. It's Mr. Irrelevant going to the Jets. I'm going to go Curtis Jacobs out of Penn State. I'm trying to think if there's a player. Jalen Key, safety out of Alabama, is your 2024 Mr. Irrelevant. We have our selections. Jalen Key was that's your center fielder safety. He transferred to Alabama. He went from UAB to Alabama. He only played there for 1 year, had one interception, and you're seeing it right now. That was his highlight play at Alabama. Boys and girls, it's in the books. It's in the books. The 2024 NFL Draft is officially closed. Jalen Key, your Mr. Irrelevant, to the New York Football Jets. We will have draft grades. Irrelevant like the Jets. We will have your draft grades on Monday for all 32 NFL teams, live on ESPN Radio Asheville, noon Eastern Standard Time. Your usual bat time, your usual bat channel. I am Jeremy Green. Your coverage has been brought to you by Ingles Supermarkets. We thank them from the depths of our hearts. Low prices, love the savings. I'm Jeremy Green for Tank Spencer. It's been fantastic. We made it. Tony Turntable, as he said, thank you, Jeremy and Tank, for a great weekend. Congrats on moving on up. We thank you, all of you that came and joined us here at the Village Porch, all of you that watched us live from Radio Row over the last 2 days. Daniel Meehan said 2025 mock draft start tomorrow. That sounds about right. I think we can all take a nice, well-earned break tonight, get back in for mock drafts in the morning, and have those on my desk by Monday. That sound right for everybody? I got no love there. All right, everybody, have a great night. We will see you Monday live from the Village Porch. I'm Jeremy Green. This has been the 2024 NFL Draft, brought to you by Ingles Markets.